here, so you can tell you.
Bro, you white boy. I don't care, bro. You know
Why do you sue me?
My Tyrone, my buddy. All right, Rico and Lou, you guys, what's going on?
No, I'm trolling. I'm having fun.
Oh, I would have given you if you wanted me to.
Oh, wow. Damn, yeah.
Listen, I like Lou.
He likes Rico more than Lou.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I do like Lou, but there is a hierarchy, and...
Wait, actually, what if I say kick out Rico? Do I come before Rico?
What if I said kick out David?
I would do.
Whoa, wait, I'm a little nice. Damn, I thought it was higher than that.
You're hot.
Now, Q told me to kick out any of you guys are gone.
It's not Q.
So John, you've had stolen valor done upon you. This was in Roger Mayhem's room. Has there been like a form of like, you know, like, has there been a sorry apology? Like, was there an apology? Yeah, where's the reparations here? I mean, stolen valor, that is the accusation of that is just shocking to me. By another veteran, and then you're proved, again, incorrect. Did he apologize, John? And if not, did Roger Mayhem issue, possibly any consequences? John, are you working on your other? You working on your other 72 phones? Because here's the thing: if that happened on my room, I'm just gonna be honest here. If this happened in my room, and someone was like, "You're stolen valor," and then the guy proved correct, and then that guy said nothing about it, said, "I don't believe it," whatever, he wouldn't be allowed in anymore. That guy wouldn't be allowed in.
I would bet you $1,000.
You get 72 virgins. If you're a Jew, you get 72 phones.
Was it Brad that accused him of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
Brad said, "John, you did not serve. You're lying to everyone." John then showed.
That's the Diogenes. The Diogenes that he served.
Yes.
$1,000.
I've mentioned that we've had now 2 individuals dox themselves. Now, John already doxed himself, but Diogenes doxed himself to one individual, which, and that information hasn't spread around, which is good. But listen, they both did their jobs. They both said, hey, and one of them was supposed to get paid for it. $1,000. Where's that money? It's time to get paid. Are you owed money on Clubhouse? Because it's time to get paid.
Yeah, and he would deny he said it, but when they played the clip, he said, like, I know I owe you $1,000, so I'm never going to pay you. so he missed it.
And listen, Diogenes said, listen, I'll forget the money. I'm going to forget the money. You don't owe me the money. All you have to do is issue an apology. All you have to do is just say you're sorry, Brad. No, couldn't do it. Still owes the money. Listen, Brad, doing this to multiple veterans, and we have other veterans on this app who protect him, it's kind of just, I'm not even a veteran, but this is why I don't take service, the service super serious, because they don't even treat it this way. Like, this is supposed to be a brotherhood, is what I've been told, that, like, once you're in, you're in. I've seen fraternities treat their brothers better than I've seen the Army and the military treat their brothers. It's crazy. You serve. These guys went overseas. Diogenes is a Marine who served overseas.
Right.
John Army. What are we doing? What are we doing? How is there other veterans on this app who allow this to go on and say nothing about it? And say, listen, he should pay the man, but he's not. It's not even about paying the man. He shouldn't be calling out stolen valor. He's been wrong now twice. So, if you're owed money on Clubhouse, number one, it's time to get paid. Number two, if you're someone who owes money to someone on Clubhouse, pay up.
I always pay my bets.
Hang up.
Yo, Keegan, shut your bitch ass up.
Go Thursday.
You're hanging out with a bunch of cucks in here. Everyone's fucking faggots in here.
Listen.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking skeleton, skinwalker, fucking
Listen, where are you at? Listen. Where are you fucking listen?
What if Lou says kick out him?
Anyways, bye everyone.
My
No. Why do you leave?
Well, he had to.
Yeah, kicked.
No.
Oh, you kicked him?
No, I did not kick him.
I'm just pussy.
Don't spread that around. He's always hanging out with Adam.
Oh shit, is he back with that?
Yeah.
Oh, he's dead. Fuck him. Here we go.
Fuck him, he's not from the...
But yeah, I mean, listen, it's crazy that individuals, and you know, I heard over the weekend that Roger Mayhem got doxxed. Okay? Did you guys hear about this?
He's a jerk.
Yes, I heard about it, yeah.
Guys, what's up with these people being super fat? What's up with every single person being obese on this app?
Oh shit, they got a spoon up?
Yeah, there's a couple people. There's a couple people. I won't name names. Yeah, there's like.
He looks like either a Mexican or Middle. He looks off white. Okay, he's not white. He might be a Jew, but he's a fat Jew. He's a fat. I mean, he has mentioned how people need to like stop eating these disgusting foods and work. I'm like, yo, shut up. Like you're a fat. Like you are like. It's not like you're like, oh, you could gain to lose 20 pounds, right? Like, oh, you need to like hit the gym for 2 months and you're good. No, this guy is like lifestyle must change immediately, or you're gonna die by like heart disease. Right?
It's insane that people are just figuring this out.
Yeah, there's a couple people that never showed a picture, but then someone showed the picture. It's like, wow, that's what they look like. Wow.
Well, listen. Everyone say a lot of things about Keegan, all right? Everyone say a lot. Guess what? Everyone knows what I look like.
Yeah,
Everyone knows.
we can see you right now petting your dog. Yeah.
Hey, listen, everyone can see what I look like, all right? I've done different pictures. I've updated pictures. I've shown you what I look like with my daughter before, right? I've always looked the same. Why? Because I'm not fat. I'm not eating freaking junk food every day. Come on, guys. And, it's crazy.
Your wife that cooks.
Yeah, it's wife like get a white woman who cooks, baby, and you're not eating out.
He gets it.
Today I had rice and chicken, which the chicken was not that well seasoned. I'll be honest.
Well, that's kind of boring.
Usually she's on it. Usually
I mean, that's a good deal.
Yeah, well, that's plain though.
Looks like a good lean meal.
How about a steak and pasta, Keegan? How about that?
I do like steak.
Pasta's a lot of
You
carbs.
had chicken for breakfast?
Pasta's full of carbs.
It's 12:30 though.
Oh, Jesus, you're on the East Coast?
Yeah.
The dogs.
Dogs. Listen, here's the thing though. When people are like you dox them. Like I think doxing is wrong. Number one, doxing is wrong. If you find out personal information from someone, keep it to yourself. And that's my opinion.
Well, what is the one
That's
you
great.
If I was doxed,
you said in the room, like you said something to somebody and you regretted it because she started telling people. What did you say?
About Brad?
No. That's you said in the room like you regretted telling somebody something personal about you, a story about you, and then.
Yeah, I am. All right.
Well, you don't have to say exactly what you said, but
No. Everyone knows the story. Adams, Dr. Adams, he's a joke. He's first of all, he was gay for like the first 2 years on Clubhouse.
He's not gay.
No.
I know he's not gay anymore, but he literally I remember when he was gay. Right? Like I remember when he was like, I'm a gay.
Did he pray the gay away?
He prayed the gay away.
He's a closet.
So Adams one time, I was in a room with a few individuals who at the time I thought I could trust. This was about a year and a half ago. And they're like, King, why are you on the app? It's like a Thursday night at like 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. I go, I just put my daughter down. I got the house all to myself for the next week. They're like, what? I shared that my wife is overseas right now on like a little safari with some girls. Now I understand how that saying I've already been made fun of. If you want to continue to make fun of me, that's fine. But when that happened, I shared that to Adams. Adams then, literally the following week, had a room, a clubhouse, not room, but like a clubhouse, whatever they're freaking called. And it was titled Miss Keegan's Trip to Africa. And I was like, what is going on? And he was going on telling everyone that she was like sleeping with a bunch of black men and having gangbangs. I was like, what the heck? I was shocked, guys, right? Like, I'd never beefed with that before. And then I started, and of course so Adams is a joke. Adams is truly, talk about, and this is what you really have to learn, and what I've learned, and everyone knows that story, and people know that. If you want to make fun of me, that's fine, whatever. I mean, do I think that I'm going to let my wife probably go overseas again without me? Yeah, probably not. But at the time, it's whatever. It was required. It was part of her job. But it doesn't matter. She doesn't have a job anymore. That's never going to happen again. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Moving on.
Wow, single income provider. Nice.
I am. Yeah.
Flex.
At the time, though, we couldn't be. At the time, we still had a bunch of loans that were paying off, and that's fine. But she was working from home, which is great. But there was one thing that the job required, which is that, hey, you have to take one trip.
Israel.
To Israel, you have to pray at the Wailing Wall, and we'll fully paid expense. This is a full woman company too, because I told her, I was like, I don't feel comfortable going to. We're not on a trip with men, of course. She said only women. It's okay, but so anyways, it doesn't really matter. Also,
Wait, how did you go from?
Also men who are like, if you can't trust your people are like, what if your woman cheats on you? If my wife wanted to cheat on me right now, she could. If she wanted to bring over Tyrone and get railed while I'm working, she could do that.
But Keegan, how did it go from your wife going on a safari trip for work to acting a lot of black men? Like, how did it go?
Well, that's just connects up. That's just Africa. Guess what? They're gonna go get railed by African men. They don't understand what we're doing. Yo, keep up. So, Adams, Jazzy, Shy, and then that gets to Brad. So at some point, Brad gets it. And Brad has continued to only say this over and over again. But yeah, so.
Yeah, I remember, when he was arguing with you, he was saying that. I was like, where did that even come from, that insult that he was trying to throw you?
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, it's the same repetitive again. I was like, okay, I can't. This is the thing. And then this is the point. You can't share, if you don't want personal information, I don't get mad about that because I shared that information out to the clubhouse. I shouldn't have because I didn't think it was going to be used. Again, only one person used it against me. Shouldn't have at the end of the day. And it's all me. Roger gets mad saying that Pepe doxed him because Pepe put his PTR as a screenshot of Roger getting interviewed. And Roger's upset because guess what?
Whoa. This wasn't like his home address or something.
No.
Wait, he's done an interview?
Yes, he did an interview on YouTube.
And then he's fair game. He's out in the
I know. That's what I'm saying. It is on a public app. So he did a public interview on YouTube that many other people in Clubhouse knew about before Pepe even did anything. So then Pepe posts a PTR and Snapchat of it, no name on it, no name, just him. And everyone's like, you doxed him. Well, number one, you're not right there. You're on social media. You're not doxing anyone. Anyone can go look at this YouTube page. What do you mean I'm doxing you? And number two is that, like, if your social media is not private, or if, like,
You're fair game.
yeah, you're fair game. Like, you are fair game. And so I thought it was crazy that he was like, I mean, just look at the dude. The dude, I mean, Roger does not look.
How fat is he? Like 250 pounds or 350 pounds?
I mean,
He's probably got like a 27 BMI.
Yeah, he's probably up to like.
Okay, but is he 5'2" or 6'2"?
I think he probably looks to me like 5'8", 5'10", 280. Yeah, maybe 5'11", maybe 6 foot, but 280.
Were you guys planning on dating him or something? You were like examining his bumble? Kind of like, what's the point about the guy's body mass index? I know you want to make fun of fat people. Well,
No, listen here. Here's the thing with John. John can. We all know what John looks like. I see John. I've seen more sins of John than I've seen of most men in my life. Okay, John's out in the open, baby.
But John,
I've seen him do like fucking semi-naked yoga, unfortunately. Like bending over like he's on the fucking toilet with his head between his legs.
We've all seen it. So John, so John's shameless. I get it. But everyone got mad at Pepe though. It just doesn't make sense. Again, Pepe's not doxing anyone. He's just posting a PTR of a screenshot of without his name. And I thought it was very, very funny. And I find it again very funny by people who claim to have this like morality of I cannot believe you did that. Even the picture itself is a dox. He did not want that shared, Pepe. How dare you? Blah blah blah. And again, we have other people on this app, and the people who called out Pepe was I'm not calling him out. JB, freaking Roger, all of Roger's mods, they all called out Pepe. Well, let me get this straight. You guys all have Brad and Adam at times modding your rooms. Brad, who's yelled stolen valor to multiple men now on this app. Adams, who's literally like made rooms about people's wives, made Clubhouse about people's wives or houses, what they're called. So you don't come to me with some morality check. Don't come to me saying we need to come together and have a honest debate about the ethics of what people are doing on this. No, shut up. You're no one. Like you're it's crazy to me. It's blasphemy. It's blasphemy in the finest. So, are you owed money on Clubhouse? Because it's time to get paid, baby. John is definitely owed money on Clubhouse. You know who John's owed money by? He's owed money by Clubhouse and stuff, okay? Clubhouse should be paying John at least a weekly check of at least $1,000 for doing the hard work of streaming every house for them. Now, when Clubhouse starts room, it starts off on replay, and it takes me 3 different screens just to get off of it. They're trying to do John's job. You guys already have the replays. It's on John's house. All right. So John.
On YouTube, think of the bandwidth he's saving Clubhouse. He's been on Google servers.
I mean, no, John is doing the work that Clubhouse has needed for years now. So John needs to get paid for Clubhouse. We have Mr. Anderson on stage, who is required payment from El Normo for months of $150. Where's that money, you? Where's that money? I'm owed $1,000 by Craig, a single black man who probably has a few baby mamas. That's why he can't afford it. He's probably evading the police right now as we speak.
shut the hell up, Keegan, you racist bitch.
Diogenes is out of the room. Is also owed $1,000. We have to always remember that bet will never die. I will never let that die. Because here's the thing. Because that bet has like ramifications of being like stolen valor, right? So it's just like John Kitover. Which John, I wish John, and you should have. The second he said you never served, you should be like $1,000, right? Like John, you should have went right at him and been like $1,000. He would have owed $2,000 on 2 separate. Oh man.
He goes insane. Like it could be a TBI, who knows, but he literally loses it. He goes on these huge rampages, and if you break down what he says and you listen to it, it's wild. It's like death threat after death threat after death threat. Who?
The PTR.
Well, you know, the worst thing is Pepe ruined my campaign manager. He chased my only campaign manager off and campaign fundraiser off. So, you know, yeah, Roger Mayhem was platforming me and helping me do fundraising for the campaign. We raised $550 off of Clubhouse already. Pepe ruined that. And instead, Pepe and his amazing show is a little bit like your amazing show, just with a different antagonist.
Wow, I just got a message about 20 minutes ago. I'm so sorry to cut you off, John. I really do not want to cut you off here. But this is important because I was just talking about Mr. Adams, Dr. Adams. He said, I'm reading it out loud. I don't even care anymore. Like if we're going to get like mad, like this is just flat out like, I'm just done with these guys. Just some advice. I wouldn't have Mr. Anderson on stage. People follow him around and report him for the crap he says. And just so you know, hey John, I appreciate you being in the room. You're gonna have to change that room title of the Brad King Show. I have Brad blocked, and so I don't want Brad to think that we're truly throwing a bunch of shade at him. You can put it back at like the Keegan Show against, you know, the debts that are owed on the app, sure. But that's hilarious. Mr. Anderson, I should not have you on stage. You know what, Mr. Anderson? You're really good now. That's so crazy. Like the idea that people need to dictate.
Rent free in these fucking niggas' heads.
Rent free, man. This is crazy. We're living rent free. Like it's so crazy. Like you're gonna personally DM and tell me that I can't have someone on my stage.
Well, there's three anonymous.
What if I made him a moderator, huh?
There's three anon in your audience, and I'd be willing to bet one of the people you're talking about is one of those anons.
I bet they are. And Adams, if you want to come up on stage, he's modded now, buddy. What are we doing right now?
Does he have a plus sign on his paper?
He might. And that's the crazy thing, okay? Is that individual, Mr. Dr. Adams, why is he so, like, I don't get the people who are self-hating race people. How are you going to hate yourself? Listen, I might not like the black man that much, but if I was a black man, I would love the black man. That's who I am. I love white men. I'm a white man. I love white men. All right, can I say that out loud? I love white men. I also love white women. I love them more than white men. Yeah. But if you're a black man.
Wait, Keegan. Let me just say something that I think it's interesting that Dr. Adams is the one who spread the gossip about your wife, but I do want to say there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, because Dr. Adams has been very helpful in the campaign to elect John, because he goes around with a Darren LaHood PTR now. And so I've been filming him making a fool of himself, which is incredibly damaging to the campaign to elect Darren LaHood. So I wouldn't be surprised if Darren LaHood sues Dr. Adams for essentially libel and slander on Clubhouse.
Dr. Adams has now sent me a cease and desist. He has sent me a cease and desist. He said, I'm going to send you a personal gift and put you on a fair warning. If you mention my name again, I'm going to sue the F out of you and embarrass you like you've never seen. He's in the room. Dr. Adams, if you can hear me, you're in the room. If you can hear me, speak now or forever hold your peace. Doug Adams, I've not said anything that is wrong about you yet. If you want to say I'm slandering you, you haven't said anything wrong. I gave you personal information about my family, and you used it, turned your back on me, against me, and that is a childish move. I've never done that to you. I've never did anything like that to you. And since then, I've even had times reconciled with you. I've even had times like, hey man, you've apologized. You can't say I'm sorry about it. I said, no problem, man. We'll forget. And
we got Matt Cool in the audience, and yesterday Matt did a room with Dr. Adams in the One House, and I debated them for about 2 hours. It's a 5-hour room.
Very interesting. Is it recorded, John?
Yeah, click on Matt's profile, or I believe my profile, and you can see the new One House that Matt has. It's called We Are Solving the National Debt.
Okay. Yeah, so, Ann, hello, Ann. If you owed money on Clubhouse, it's how to get paid. The only reason why I bring up Adams is, again, is a story about me, which is that it's a story about doxing, a story about
Keegan
they
told
can't
us
wear
that his
information.
wife, he
Should
told
he
us
share?
that his wife was going on a trip to Africa and he had to take off time at work so that he could watch his daughter because only whores would leave their children with their parents, right? So Keegan took off time from work because his wife was on an African missionary trip. So no one told Adams didn't spread anything about Keegan's wife. He was a dumbass dude in my room and told everyone, oh my God, my wife went to Africa and I have to be a beta boy and stay at home and change diapers like a fucking faggot. And my wife is over there Dutchy wild on an African men while I'm sitting here in the States and I don't know how you guys leave your kids with your parents. Because my parents hate my kids, so they would never watch my kids. But he didn't call Rydell a whore because Rydell and her husband went on a vacation and left Rydell's children with Rydell's in-laws. And Keegan called Rydell an unfit mother. And we all know that Rydell is a damn good mom. We know she's a damn good mom. And Keegan doesn't know what he's talking about. And I'm going to do like Brad. And I'm going to take your skull. And I'm going to use your skull for a vodka glass. And I'm going to take your skin and make shoes out of it. White leather shoes. And then I'm going to take your wife on another African excursion around the world, Keegan. I'm going to take your wife on another African excursion around the world, Keegan. That's what's going to happen to your wife. I'm going to take your wife to the motherland of pig fleck puffs, and we're going to have a good old time. Me and your wife are going to have fun. We're going to go out there and eat the goosey and the fufu. And we're going to have all the black men we can find. Because remember when you met your wife on Tinder? You remember when
children, especially your grandchildren, who could die at any moment because they're so fragile inside. So I still hold that opinion, and the idea that I need to defend myself is also crazy. But again, that information was leaked by one individual. I know that was leaked by one individual. The idea that now it's going to be gaslit and turned around and said that no, you leaked that to everyone. Why would I leak that to Jazzy at the time? Me and Jazzy were beefing. So that's what's crazy is that these individuals will do some of the most craziest, heinous things, and then they'll lie about it. Brad does the same thing. Brad says he doesn't do stolen valor. Brad says he didn't call it stolen valor. Brad said he never said that about my daughter. Brad said he never said that about. He said that one time he was going to someone's house and rape their wife. He said he never said that. These people are weird. Own up to what you say. I know what I say. Adam, bro, if you're still in the room, which I bet you are, I bet you're that Aeon, in the chat. Bro, come up. Defend, talk to me about it. Tell me what I'm saying is wrong. Because I know you know it's not. I know it's not wrong. You know what room I'm talking about. It was one of the only rooms I've ever done privately by myself at
it's hard to remain anonymous, but you know, the anonymous feature for $5 a month is fantastic because I have been able to record a lot of rooms and live stream people that kick me out of the rooms, and when they see that they're being live streamed on YouTube, it drives them at. Oh, Herb Jazzy's back.
One more thing. A man who has pictures that I have acquired with his balls in the air. Does Chicago want a congressman that has OnlyFans? I don't think so. And anyone that donated to Mr. Edmonds' campaign, please know all of your information will be public once he reaches a $5,000 threshold of donations. He has to submit to the state of Illinois a campaign donation list with all of your addresses and phone numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, Rabbi Line, Shalai Line, Rabbi Line, Shalai Line. You've all been played for fools. Your public information will be public. And Keegan, I thought I doxed you, but I doxed Q Plus instead. Wrong guy. You know, same ugly wife though.
Keegan, feel free to mute my profile whenever you're done listening to this. So keep going.
Ugly internet wives that she found on the internet. And Keegan, we know that you can't leave your kids with your parents because you have black siblings. You don't want your kids with your siblings. You hate black people. And your parents had to take a class to learn how to comb your sibling's hair.
I'm so sorry that you got doxxed.
Remember you pushed your sibling down the stairs because he's black. Do you remember telling Abby that story?
She actually came to my room, Q. Guys, I knew the video of Jazzy eating chicken wings, okay? I have a video of Jazzy doing probably the most racial stereotype ever, okay?
Did you share that? Wait,
he was big dogs.
Wow.
I don't know. She just said that, John. John.
Oh, I didn't hear what she said.
She said, okay, so here's the story, Q.
And your wife went over to Africa and had a missionary trip for the work.
Alright, I can't. I don't want to listen to the same thing over and over again. I appreciate that. Q, so about a week ago, I was sent the infamous TikTok video by someone else, and it was a screen recording. I was sent it by someone, I won't say who, of Jazzy eating a chicken wing from Publix.
Damn.
And it's like,
Publix.
if you need to get in a good mood or something, you know, these chicken wings from Publix.
Chicken wings from Publix.
Which is the funniest thing ever. I laughed so hard when I saw it. It made so much sense. And also, this is a public thing. Well, so then I made a joke to her, Jazzy. I went to her room and I go, man, you have to go down to public chicken wing. And she kicks me. And later on, she came to my room later on. And Mr. Hanson, you were in there. And she comes in, she goes, and she actually then sent that TikTok video into our chat. Did you watch that, Mr. Harrison? She sent the link. Yeah. In the red heifer room. Yeah, when I had that red heifer room, she came in and she was like, she started laughing. She goes, you know, making literally monkey noises at this point. Like, I'm going, so she's excited. This is her time to get excited.
Might not follow the house or anybody in there. Yep. I will ping you. Edie, I'm going to ping you too.
Okay.
Oh, John, we're getting ready to go into Are You Owed Money on Clubhouse? All right. I'll ping you.
So she goes to that and she leaves the room. Never doxed me, of course, because I didn't
Also,
watch the video.
everyone that clicks my
Nor do
TikTok,
I
I will see your profile. So please don't let Keegan get you wrapped up in a doxing competition. Also, Keegan, you just doxed me. Anytime you release
She's been moved to the audience. Oh, what happened to that trans point? I was hoping I could make fun of point.
It's not. Here's the thing. It's not doxing if I never. It's not doxing if I just say I like chicken wings. Right?
You can come on a social audio chat and say I like chicken wings without it being associated to a lot of people that like chicken wings. Yeah.
Yeah, I like chicken wings from Publix. She then doxed her own self by saying, "That's my video that you saw. I know that you saw it. Okay, well now you doxed yourself, right? I never told anyone that I saw the video and said you said it. You said it on a public stage, you know. So that's really really interesting. Again, these people are hypersensitive about their own selves. I've realized, right? Like, what are we doing here, guys? Like,
it's dopamine. It's dopamine. It's stirring the pot to create dopamine. That's why they do it. That's why we do it.
That's why we all do it. I do agree with John here. It is a dopamine hit, and it is true dopamine. But again, listen. I am a simple man who needs his simple $1,000 from Craig. Craig, if anyone can hear me, get Craig in here. And right now, this stage is a little bit too white for me. Okay, I'm trying to get a Craig in here. Craig owes me $1,000. Okay, it's on recording. I'm trying to get paid. I'm a poor white man from middle of America.
I don't think Craig doesn't like you though, Ian.
Craig doesn't like me, but he made a bet. He needs to be a man about it. And so if you owe money, if you're owed money on Clubhouse, it's time to get you paid.
So Craig just put in the chat in my other room. Craig wrote, Keegan is a white bitch who I will fuck in the ass and rape. Also, he also wrote, take my motherfucking name out your motherfucking mouth, you white bitch ass cracker.
Well, Keegan, I'm guessing you don't want someone to have sex with you, is that correct?
No, I don't. Surprisingly, I don't.
Why are you Craig?
Craig, why are you? Craig, why are you gay? So, Craig, I'll take my name. I'll take your name out of my mouth. But I just want to get paid first.
He said he's strapping up, getting in his car, and driving to your house to find you.
Whoa.
Ooh, fun.
He said he's bringing a package of chicken wings and 2 gats and a box of ammunition.
That's fun, Craig. Oh, Craig.
When I walk in, well, Keegan, just out of curiosity, do you have you don't have to say if you want to, but do you have a gun at your house?
Yes, surprisingly, in middle America, low middle class whites, we own guns. Fun fact, we like guns. Fun fact, I'm strapped right now, fun fact. I say strapped every day. As a black man would say, I'm strapped.
What are you? Are you an FBI agent or an auto diagnostic employee?
I'm an auto diagnostic employee.
With the docs.
But John, I'm gonna state, of course, that is actually no required open carry here. No requirement at all. God bless the Second Amendment.
So
Wait, Keegan is strapped, and Craig is strapped on. So you definitely don't live in Illinois.
So let me ask.
I bet you my gun's bigger than yours.
It probably is.
So let me ask the question: if we've all spent years on this stupid app talking to stupid people, does that make us stupid, or just stupid because we haven't gotten paid for having stupid conversations with stupid people?
Well, listen, if I get paid $1,000, then I believe every day on this app was meaningful. If I get paid $1,000, every day becomes meaningful. Now, if I never get paid $1,000, every day becomes one.
That's like 10 cents a minute, though, for you.
And also, what if It sort of pulls up to your house with a gun, and it's also not worth it.
So, I mean, you think it's actually worth $6 an hour to be here? I would say if Clubhouse was to pay out based on the data that you submit, you would probably get like 30 cents on the dollar or 30 cents an hour. Do you remember, maybe some of you are too young, but does anybody remember My Points? It was like a web browser where if you clicked on certain things and did things, you would accrue points and get a cash payout, or you could buy from like their prize list. Like that's technically how the internet should be, because so many people give up their whole lives to these apps and get no compensation while the app is monetizing you and selling, your ad space. So I'm just saying that this app is so pathetic, and the founders and leaders of this app are so pathetic, and they're such petty little selfish cretins that they can't even open up the opportunity for people to monetize here like they do on X. Jazzy writes, Jasmine Franklin life on TikTok. Run up my views on TikTok so I can get a check, unlike broke ass Keegan the white bitch. So Matt, I'm wondering if you want to be my new campaign manager or de facto campaign manager now that Roger has essentially gone back to work and is no longer using Clubhouse. Matt, can you open up a one house called the John Kitover Super Debate Money Bomb with candidate Congressman John Kitover? Because unlike Keegan or Diogenes, who will never get paid for being on this app, we are in the process of actually getting paid.
Whoa, God, don't say that, okay?
Yeah, never say never.
Yeah, never say never. I do believe Craig's gonna be a man of his word. Because listen, he was on a stage full of people on a replay saying, I said, are you gonna pay, sure? He goes, I'm a man, I'll pay. So listen, Craig, if you're still listening, buddy, Craig, let me know. I can give you my Venmo, give you a cash app.
Craig just put in the chat that your wife is getting railed by 12-inch mango dick.
Whoa, mangoes.
Whoa.
Hey, there are some funky looking
I'm
peanuts,
sorry,
I'll tell
it
you
says
that.
mandingo dick.
Mandingo, okay. A little different. Whoa, John, that's a little different, John.
He says the fact that it gets you excited means you're not a man and you're pathetic.
John, or, I'm John through Craig here, but Craig, if I'm not a man, then why don't you just pay me? You're a man, be a man. Be a man, Craig. You owe me that money, Craig. Where's that money, Lebowski? Give me that money, Lebowski.
He's coming to your house to hand deliver it.
That's fine. Hey, Craig, you want to come on by, buddy? Stop by.
He says he has
Also, Craig,
a plane ticket. He has a plane ticket booked to Omaha, Nebraska, and he'll be there at your house by 8 p.m. Be strapped.
So Craig, I don't want to kill Craig. Now, if I have to, it's just another black man dead.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I don't want to kill him. But if he's gonna come to my house strapped, then I would just assume he's not coming friendly.
No, he said you should be strapped. He didn't say whether he's going to be strapped.
Oh, okay. I should be sorry. I must have misheard.
Is Omaha, Nebraska your home airport, Keegan?
Yep, Omaha, Nebraska is my home airport. Do love me some. Listen,
He says he's at the Atlanta airport right now getting ready to fly out with Brad.
Well, here's the thing. He actually, Craig, in my replay room, gave his address out. He said, here's my address. Well, I did decide, I was like, I do like the Zillow. Right? I like to see where people are living. I wasn't going to dox, he doxed himself. But I was like, I want to see where he's living. His address it doesn't exist. He said a fake address. It literally doesn't exist. I looked for it. I ChatGPT'd it, like, what could this mean? Can you interpret Ebonics? ChatGPT couldn't. So, Craig, you gave me a fake address. You're kind of afraid. You're a little afraid of me right now, Craig. if Craig was real and he was yelling out his address, yell out your real one. I'm not gonna yell my address out because I don't want anyone meeting me. If they do want to meet me, that's fine. But I don't want to meet most of you. Some of you I actually wouldn't mind meeting. But Craig, you gave me a fake address, buddy. How can I meet you if I don't know where you live? How can I come to your door if you give me a fake one?
Well, it sounds like he's gonna come to you.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's gonna save me the trouble. But again, I'd rather do this over a virtual exchange here. I'm willing to get rid of that though.
He's slamming the windows, he's making your people walk, trying to break the plug out of the magic, magic white, magic kids, magic white, magic kids, magic white, and magic because they're breaking everybody out here. You don't have to come, it's the best, we're looking for you, we gon' find you, we gon' find you.
One more outburst by you now. So if you're
Craig just paid me $100 to play that song in your room. Thanks, Craig.
Did you actually get paid, John?
Yeah, he just donated $100 to my campaign if I was to play that in
Well,
your
I'm
room.
gonna keep hearing that.
Wow, yo, Craig, pay me that $1,000, Craig. You're shut. Pay that white man, Craig. I'm looking for my reparations today. $1,000 is owed to me for 400 hours.
Yeah, why are you taking food from Keegan's daughter's mouth?
You're taking food straight out of the plates of my family, Craig. Craig, I'm a poor, white, low-income, middle-class American. All right, I'm just a poor white man, and I'm just looking for myself. I'm not gonna lie to everyone and say I make $1 million, and that's why I'm on this app every day. Blah blah blah. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say, man, I started my own business when I was 18 years old, and I'm now making $400,000. Yo, DM me now. Nah, man. So I'm not like that, right? I'm not here to tell you that you can make $5,000 a week. I'm low middle class, guys. I am low middle class. I like it though. I like being low middle class because people aren't looking at me that much, right? I just get to live my life. But Craig, you can help me out though,
Well,
Craig.
you gotta blame it on Clubhouse because Clubhouse is the platform that has contained you and brings you here to get you your dopamine, and you're not being compensated for giving all these other people dopamine, Keegan.
I should be compensated. All right, everyone, I'm putting my cash at my top. Yo, if you like my content, cash at me. I need $15. All right, cash at me. Who's gonna pay for my lunch today?
You sound like the kid from South Park.
Yeah, that's my Craig impression.
I thought that was Cartman.
Listen, I need to work on my black man voice.
So Cray writes in.
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
Cray wrote in the chat and said you're fucking with a Crip and he's flying out to Omaha. He says be strapped. I'll be there by 8 p.m. Don't be late for the showdown.
Don't be late. He's coming to my house. Cray, that's not how it works. Wouldn't it be you? Hopefully you're not late. You're coming to me.
He says keep your pistols cocked, you little white bitch.
Whoa! Threats of violence, guys. I'm not telling anyone to report Craig. I would never say that. But threats of violence. It would only be his 2000th account. That guy has probably had more accounts than me. Listen, listen. If Clubhouse is real, if Clubhouse cared, that's a threat of violence right there, buddy. Now, of course, Craig, come on over to Omaha. We'll show you a good time, us corn huskers. He writes your testosterone levels must be really low knowing that your wife is getting banged out by men dingo dick in Africa. Woo! There we go. Craig, who's your baby mama? Who is your baby mama? He says, bitch, I'm gonna make you my baby mama at 8 p.m. tonight when I touch down in Omaha, Nebraska. Craig, who your daddy, Craig? Craig, you know your daddy, Craig? What's your daddy's name? It ain't my name, Craig. You gotta keep that name out of your mouth, Craig. I ain't your daddy, Craig. I'm sorry to tell you. I ain't your daddy, Craig. He says, you are so dumb. Craig, why doesn't Craig come to my room, John? Can you ask John? Craig, come into my room. Talk about this. Let's be a man. Why are you hiding behind John? Come on into my room.
He just changed his PTR to 2 oranges with you sucking a big banana dick.
Woo! There you go. Craig. First of all, Craig taking the time to screenshot my PTR, and then probably AI, because I don't think he probably knows how to use like Adobe at all. Maybe he does. Very, very cute. Very cute. I mean, you have another man's picture in your gallery. Listen, I don't have any. The only pictures on my phone is pictures of my family. I don't have any pictures of Cray on my phone. I won't want any pictures of Cray on my phone. I would assume Cray is probably a fat.
He said after he takes you out at the showdown tonight, he's gonna fly out to Africa, rescue your wife from the Mandingo dick, marry her, and have more children with her, and raise your child as his own.
Are you old, Bucko? It's okay. And then this is for everyone. Listen, guys, people are owed money on Clubhouse. It's time to get paid. Time, say it with me. It's time to get. Time to get. I mean, come on. What are you doing? Poochie was in the room. Poochie knows what happened. Took me $1,000, and I just want to see if I can get paid for it. I just want to see if I can get paid. Craig, you owe me $1,000.
Well, it sounds like he's gonna hand deliver it to you.
Cray says he's never giving you the money, and he'll see you tonight at the 8 p.m. showdown.
No, not that. Yeah, baby, here we go.
I mean, Keegan, it would be kind of crazy if you actually did smoke thing.
Listen, it would be crazy for one person, and that would be him, and then it would be crazy for the police to have to deal with the aftermath. And listen, man, would it suck if someone threatened violence against my family and I actually decided to proceed on that violence? Yeah, of course. Like those individuals, like if that actually ever happened, like
Cray just put a reminder in the chat. He said, "Take my name out your motherfucking mouth, you white boy bitch."
John, tell me, would I have a legal case potentially against Clubhouse itself if Cray somehow was able to come to my house, show up at my house?
That already happens.
Yeah, there has been Clubhouse murders.
No, Clubhouse wasn't involved.
Also, I just want to remind everybody in this room that I am not actually talking to Cray. I just want to let everybody know I've been making all of this up, and Keegan has been role playing. We're actually coming out with a new theatrical performance called Clubhouse the Movie, and you've all been taken in by our bullshit. So congratulations. This was a role. We're reading from a script. This is a role play, and we're excited to announce that we've got a Broadway musical opening up in September of this year in Manhattan, where Keegan and I have produced the Clubhouse play.
And the funny thing is, Keegan doesn't actually live in Nebraska.
Well, listen, here's the thing. Everything I say about Cray, I want Cray to come to the room and actually, I want to get this money. I want to get this money. $1,000 is owed. People ping in Cray. Let's get Cray in here.
See, Cray is actually a singer, and I don't know. Have you ever listened to any of his Best of the Bang recordings?
Well, everyone's saying don't mess with Cray, guys.
I don't know if you guys understand what Cray does. Like, have any of you ever been in an actual Cray room?
What does Cray do?
He creates bang rooms. He creates bang rooms where, it's just the noise wall of screaming, but then he'll also play replays. So he's doing what they call I don't know. This is why people are dying in their community, because the things that he's doing, and the beefs that he, does is what causes a lot of these social media murders in the gangland, community.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not too worried. I know maybe some people are who live in cities and metropolitan areas where drive-bys can happen, or shootouts happen all the time. Not in my community. There's no, listen,
Well, then why do you have a gun on you right now?
well, I have a gun, listen, the idea that you shouldn't have a gun on you at all times, first of all, it's your right as an American.
Constitutional right.
I've never even touched a gun in my life.
But you should.
That's what
Really,
you're gonna
you
realize.
really should. Like, everyone should go try shooting a gun before. Like, everyone should. Like, me and my wife, we like to do a gun range date once in a while to make sure that we're still, looking good. Of course.
Who's been shot?
Of course, I probably shoot about 6 to 12 times on my dad's farm. He lives a few minutes away
What is
from
the
me.
name of
We
that?
like to shoot as a family
What's
sometimes.
the name of that trial in 1995?
But yeah, I mean, listen, I stay.
I gotta come back to me. Sorry, my brain is not working right now.
I stay prepared, like the boys like to
So
say.
what is to prevent
Listen,
in a secular democracy once there's 50.1% from changing the Constitution and implementing Sharia law?
That's word
That
for
would
word
not
what I would
be
have said.
good for anyone who would get involved. That
So
would
it's
not be good. So, people like to say a lot of things, though, of course. So I just want to get paid. That's all I want. I'm not threatening lives. I'm not trying to die over this. The man said he was gonna pay me $1,000 if I had said something. And he didn't, and I didn't say it, and I won the bet. And I said, "Are you gonna pay?" He said, "Yeah, I'm a man. I don't back down from bets." And he's backing down. Last week I went to a room that he was in. I said, "Craig, you owe me some money." And he said, "Kick this guy out." Like, Craig can act big and tough. And maybe with other
They're not a monolith, but I don't think that the majority of
people might worry. Or that, like, other black people are right by them. They can call up another black guy to go shoot another black guy.
Keegan, I think the point is you're not getting paid for all this communication that you put into this app, and that really begs the question of how stupid are you?
That's about to be a strong Supreme Court that can challenge the government, and we need to have a multi-house.
It would really, really help me right now. And I thought making that bet would, winning that money, that would, guys, I'm poor. I make four, D-O-O-R, D-O-O-R, white man. Okay?
But you do have a nice suit, though.
Well, listen, every white man at least owns 3 to 4 good suits. That's the rule.
Well, Ann needs a job. It sounds like you need a job, even though you are claiming that you're a diagnostic auto mechanic. T-Robs runs a successful internet business. David runs a successful manufacturing distribution. I'm running for Congress. Maybe we can all pitch in to get the campaign to elect John Kitover off the ground, and maybe I can hire you all to be digital marketing consultants for the campaign. Actually, Ann, you would be a perfect fit for the campaign because you have all of your social media and walk away content. So why don't you team with the campaign to elect John Kitover? I know you were with Joe the other day. Why don't we create a room today, Ann, and get to work? I'll pay you because we have $510 now in our campaign account, and you contributed to the campaign, so you're gonna get your money back, Ann. Congratulations. Let's get to work.
And you could potentially get that $510 that you're getting from John Kitover and give it to me as payment for Craig, if you wanted. Or everyone, listen, my Cash App is on top. Everyone, I'm paying my Cash App. Cash App me about $15 maybe.
I'll give you $15 for lunch, Keegan.
Man, I want $15 from everyone in this room. If if everyone gave me $15, we'd be getting close to $5,000 right there. I'm looking to buy a good 250 on this and 3 on. $25 of each individual. If you want to keep listening to my moderation and my rules, after $25 fee, or I'm kicking you out. I'm gonna kick you out right now.
But I mean, it's
$25.
Holocaust, okay?
I'm one person on an app, a lot of this app. How am I doing it? I'm not confused to anybody,
Let's
okay?
stay focused. I would like to hear the response if possible.
Unwittingly.
I'm unwittingly causing a Holocaust on.
Not causing, but arguing for.
This is all, I mean, yes, unwittingly, but emphasis on the unwittingly.
Listening
You know,
to
and
Jews.
maybe I just have like
She's good
sympathy.
natured. She's
But Jacob,
This is the next stage of the Keegan
I
show.
respect her intellectual
We've moved
argument,
on.
but I think it doesn't protect that which what we have
I
today.
don't.
Right, so that's very well said. And what I was saying before we came back to the
But anyways, Ann, seriously, Ann, let's partner with you and the campaign, and let's do more fundraising and get you paid and create some content. And also Augustus, he's holding regular X rooms, so I want to work with him and do some money-bound fundraisers with Augustus on X. So I know you have an X account. Oh, Pepe Pepiton is in the other room. Ooh, Roger's here. Roger Mayhem has re-arrived.
It's important to meet
Guys,
these people with respect and curiosity.
it is really
I don't mean to be admonishing you or criticizing you as if I'm your father or something. You don't need me to tell you that as a reminder. I know you always do. But what I'm saying, I guess, Buttercup, do you remember what was the counter? I mean, the whole thing is.
Trash bag.
Yes, please.
My friend, sorry, I put
You
it in
can
the
call me
chat.
either one.
My friend, I put in the chat a link to Shaul Magid's interview with the forward. He's like in the Harvard Divinity School, but he spent many years in Israel. I think he was a settler at one point. And so he has a pretty well-rounded perspective on Zionism and the evolution and history of Zionism. He's a really smart guy. So he's the one who came up with this.
Buttercup, but what is Zionism, Buttercup? Buttercup, can you define Zionism, please?
It's a new vision for Zionism. Well, so personally, I see Zionism as sort of a dated thing that was successful at creating the Israeli state. It was really important after the Holocaust and World War II. I like this throwing the world around about who is or isn't a Zionist or an anti-Zionist. I really hate these labels. I don't identify as an anti-Zionist or a Zionist.
So is it important to have a Jewish state or not?
I define your state differently than you
Can I
do.
respond to this article? So
How do
in
you
the
define
article,
Jewish state?
I think it's Jewish in character. If the holy spaces are protected and people still come there for their history and their culture and to engage with it, then it's still Jewish.
What about
It's already like that. Israel's already like that. We protect our Al-Aqsa, we protect the Kotel.
We have the right to notice the percentage of time that you spend muting up versus continuing forward. And if you find that you always win, if you often are winning by barreling forward, you might consider letting other people win once in a while. So I'm looking in the article here. It says, I'm saying I'm losing and I'm gonna fight harder. So it says right here, Magid still holds on to Zionism's idea of a Jewish state for Jews, but he adds that it should not only be for Jews. And the land is not exclusively ours to claim or give away in the first place. I would say that this is a contradiction of how it is now. Israel is not only for Jews now. People can move to Israel now. There's a right of return that grants citizenship to Jews who want to return to Israel. That doesn't mean that people who are not Jewish cannot move to Israel. People who are not Jewish can move to Israel. They can become citizens. It's not as easy as the right of return, blah, blah, blah. But Israel is not only for Jews.
It's not possible.
It's not a Disneyland for Jews. It's not that these holy sites are, oh look, it's like visiting Disneyland. Jewish character is an evolving thing. And if it's going to evolve, it has to evolve in an unimpeded environment. So we have to put safeguards in place not to allow the Islamification of Israel.
But you know, Stefani with the Buttercup, with like basically this is like a liberal point of view, right? He's saying like that the liberals are forced to support Israel, which is illiberal, and we want to turn it into a liberal state, which is
It's more like not about the land, but more about like values. And do you think that the Palestinians want to create this liberal society based on shared values and morals? Like it falls
And
like
equal right for all, and equal right for all.
this is like this is what I'm saying. It's like it's so unrealistic that even like debating about this is weird. When was it written, by the way? 2023. Weird. Okay. Interesting.
Yes,
It was written. So
He
it
wrote it
published
before,
it.
but he's promoting it after October 7th.
Yeah. So on the 26th of December, like 2 months after the October 7th, this is when he published the Open Science and Awesome Reality.
Legal protections for Jews.
Can't.
Right. So the answer may be we can't. And we talked
There's no
about it.
ironclad guarantee. But
Yes, but possibly I agree. But the second fear was with one state.
oh, it was not a land foundation trial. Look at
I don't think it's best. I don't think it's best. I agree with you already, as I've said several times. But the second question that I had was how would we ensure that they wouldn't like frantic snap each other in the back of the bus? Because right now,
We already have that in Israel, but it's
right, and so I guess in the future, in your world building future, I'll just answer my answer would be,
law enforcement.
well, I would also say like re-education, like what we did.
For the leaders in China?
Or like what we did for the natives, take the natives away, dead bodies under the schools, no digging up of dead bodies, no skeletons.
Everyone's selling this idea.
Okay, but just try to respond to the meat of it, which is some sort of re-education seems to be
We'll take multiple generations then the unruh.
that's a better way to say it.
We were talking about education yesterday and how education in Israel is also lacking.
Yeah, and how they disagree. I was in a car and we got talked to. Someone brought up the Arabs. I saw that 20-year-old videotape everyone in it was a religious school, middle Arab territories. Everyone had a kippah on, start wearing shirts. It was not an Israeli secular public school. And
This was not like this was the general channel where people came out of the investigation
points that the people overwhelmingly criticize. And that's a problem. And so in America, we have an obligation to tell our American institutions and our moneyed organizations that supports maybe government at the expense of the Israeli people. And I think that's where
Buttercup, with like
Let her finish.
America.
It's around education, I think, and I want to understand.
I finished what I can say.
You did, sir.
The money, the relationship is not with India's government, okay? It's with Israel. Same as
Support for Israel's government actions.
Israel as a country. Same as we have.
We have architect, our government,
The United States, it doesn't matter if it's the United States, if it's the Democrats or Republicans. And the support for the war is different than supporting the government. When you put yourself in government, the relationship between Israel and the United States.
So
It's
you're
not
gonna
about the government, but with elections. You know, and in the election, it's like, if they will not be elected again, you cannot form a government. But this is how society works.
So in our country, we have something called democracy,
Many of those packs, not just
which people are politics and who gets elected and have a big power, huge influence over our electoral system. And it's a big people represent the Jewish people in America or in Israel. They Israel makes representatives of people. They represent the government. They represent the government. They criticize the government. So redefining anti-Semitism, maybe I'll redefine anti-Semitism.
I know that questions at the end. I know in John's rooms, no questions allowed. Questions are a distraction. But I have a question, which is like, where is this coming from?
It's all over the place. These are the anti-Semitic memes that you hear elsewhere.
But let her answer,
I'm
because...
going to share a documentary by an Israeli filmmaker
Okay, thank you.
that explains the American system and how it works counter to the Israelis'
Can I
interests.
ask you a personal question? Like, do you remember which friend of yours recommended this documentary? Was it like a friend who you're still cool with? Was it
Is
like
this like a mind virus, authentic?
Is it like a mind virus that somebody like gave you?
I'm not interested in her friends, and we've heard enough.
You need to know the friend's name.
Wait, let me ask Buttercup a question.
I don't even need an answer to the question.
Okay, good. Contact her back channel. It's not interesting to the room.
Wait, moderators, let me help clear this. Let me help clear up this conflict. Let me just ask Buttercup a question. Buttercup, Buttercup, if you were president of Israel, what would you do for your people? What are the top 3 priorities for you if you were the supreme leader of Israel, Buttercup?
President is little power.
Okay, if you were the absolute leader of Israel, Buttercup, what would you do for your people? Give us 3 priorities. Since go ahead.
Well, wait, what was wrong with my question? I asked a question, then I was
Okay, so can Buttercup answer that question? Because
She has trouble staying on topic. It's not a personal matter. We don't care about her friends. We've heard enough from her. She wants a one-state solution. She wants to bring the Palestinians into it.
I'm open to 2 states. I recognize that 2 states has gotten much farther, so I'm
That's
open
not
to
gonna happen either, Buttercup.
Okay, so Harry, you just don't. You're a rejectionist.
I'm a realist. After October 7th, they're not gonna get a state. Get that through your fucking head. It's not that hard to understand. You can say it all you want, but that's never gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. So coming and massacring 1,200 people and taking them hostage as a present for them for giving
That's why they have no
That makes
partners for
absolutely no
peace.
sense.
That's why
And
there's no partners
explain
for
to her, Harry, why it wouldn't happen.
Because October 7th will happen over and over again if we take a fucking country.
You're reinforcing the narrative that Israel is not a partner for peace. That's what you're doing, Harry.
No, Harry, Buttercup, Princess Buttercup, did you not see the problem that having terrorists around you creates terror? Israel is done with that.
Okay.
It was why peace many times in history, and they were rejected every
What
single
does it have to
time.
do with Kahanis?
They're terrorists.
What is
It's a terrorist ideology.
God,
by
it's not
living in
ideology.
by living in
Count them
peace?
on one hand.
No, but by living with like wanting peace for you in your neighbors in your in your own country, to not want your children, to not want to be able to not want to bury your own children, that's a Kahanist ideology.
Alright. I gotta go, guys, for real. It's not.
Not there to go.
I'll come back at 5. I'll come back at 5. I actually have a job that takes my.
That's your message for a good book to read, Buttercup.
Yeah, and read my book too. But read your show.
Just before you go, I know you have 2 seconds. Is it a Kahanist ideology to not want to bury your own children?
No. If it's a yes or no answer, no. It's not a Kahanist ideology to not want to bury your own children. It's also not a Kahanist ideology to want water when you live in the West Bank.
But is it also, what other country, did the United States, when they went to war with Vietnam and the other countries they went to war with, did they bring water supply, food supplies for them?
Alright, this is a cruel and inhumane.
No, it's not. That's a legit question, because how is that
You're right, fuck it. Fuck children, fuck people. Who cares if children die?
Not fuck children. You're right, like children should be preserved and saved. But you have to look at who's putting the children in harm's way.
Alright, I gotta go. Sorry.
Why?
Hamas has to go.
How come Hamas never thought of this before putting their children in harm's way? Why is this Israel's responsibility? How come people don't understand this?
Don't start a war you're not prepared to lose.
Exactly. You can't punch a guy in the head with a gun and you only have a walking stick and then complain that he shot you.
Don't yell, baby. See, it's coming from a complete Palestinian point of view. It's not a Jewish perspective. It's at one talking point after another. She spends all day in the Palestinian rooms and then comes in here and repeats what they
It's
said.
kind of this Western, highly liberal, the world is a kumbaya place. I'm sure it's like Palestinian. It's just like, can't we all get along kind of bullshit. Like, it's...
Yeah, we could get along if they didn't shoot rockets into Israel and then invade Israel on October 7th. And I mean, I'm talking also before October 7th. These people think that, like, they just, before October 7th, they deserve to
guys, from the 70s, the late 70s, man, even the early 70s. I was there in 78. The fucking home I was living in got blown up by a fucking Katyusha rocket. This is not new. I don't understand how people are saying this is new. Like, the people that we're arguing with, they've been shooting tens of hundreds of thousands of rockets into Israel. Like, I got hurt by a rocket when I was 1 year old. I had to be rushed back to Canada. My mother rushed me back instead of staying there to get operated on. But to come back to Canada to go through surgery, extremely sick. This is not like, you know, let's talk about 2021. No, this has been going on for decades. People have been shooting rockets into Israel.
But we're not feeding them well enough.
When I was living there, I remember we had to put on gas masks to, you know, prepare for the fucking Scud missiles that were being shot over by Iraq. So yeah, I mean, this is nothing new. This is in the fucking 90s, man. This is like going back to back. We can keep going back to 48. You know, it's nothing. I just don't understand. Like, these people don't understand history, and they think that now, after October 7th, they deserve a fucking country. Yeah, right. That's never gonna happen.
Exactly.
I bet you they would have had a better chance if they brought us baklava instead of killing our children.
I just want to say, I think it's really unfortunate what you had to go through, BB.
No, it's nothing. That's nothing compared to what Jews and Israeli citizens, mind you, they're Muslim, they're Hindus, they're Jews, they're Punjabi, they're Sikhs. Like, I don't know if I confused that one up, but there are all kinds of religions inside Israel living, and all they want is peace. And there are ones in tunnels
Yeah,
right now.
that's true.
Or wherever they're being held.
Julian, you do on the World Free Palestine?
I never did that. No, I didn't.
He writes it in the rooms, in Amir's rooms, in the Free Palestine rooms.
No,
He comes in here acting like he's an advocate for Israel.
No, I don't.
I think that woman's been in Amir's room for months. I don't think she's been on the app for a couple days. I seem to remember her there.
It's a very long time, for hours and hours and hours and hours. And then just in the Mikhail room, same thing, anti-Israel, anti-Israel. She wants the same thing that the Palestinians want, which is the one-state solution, which means bringing our enemies into our country. The people who want to kill us, the people who
Demographic time bomb. Demographic time bomb.
It's not just demographic. They want to kill us.
The vote.
It doesn't. Wait. Before that, they want to kill us.
They said they want to kill us. Never mind the voting. That's the least of the problem. Or they want to create a state for them on our border with the ability to arm up and to attack us. It's really nonsensical. I mean, that whole thing failed in the 90s. It ended after we offered them the state. What?
She's 100% anti-Semitic.
He left. What? He didn't tell you this, but she left Judaism.
She's Jewish, but she is anti-Semitic.
Yeah, she left Judaism. She's a dissatisfied customer.
Which Buttercup practice Takia?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, I think one thing you have to realize is that it's politic.
No, guys, she's not Jewish, and she's not doing takia. I mean, there is like this war on truth, and a lot of people that, I mean, part of it is because she's Jewish, but because it's pulling on those like Jewish morals. She's just like misinformed. So, Palestinian narrative is very well packaged, and she needs help. Like, I don't think that she's doing it on purpose.
It's not even that unusual. There are other Jews who are anti-Semitic. They're not that rare.
I don't think that it's anti-Semitism. I think it's closer to what Daniel said, and I gotta be honest. Norm, I mean, I really feel strongly. I mean, I don't know any of you guys, but I have a very strong opinion of you guys. Norm, I love you very much. I don't want to say I love you because I don't even fucking know you. But I didn't mean to move you to the audience. But we don't have to talk about that. I was upset because I was interrupted. But look, about Buttercup, my point is I really think that you guys are missing the point. I think Daniel is the closest to the point, or maybe Yaakov is also good. All of you guys are well-intentioned. But I don't think she's anti-Semitic. I don't think she's hateful. I think she's more like indoctrinated. I think she's more like me from 10 years ago. And the thing is, you know, I clawed my way out of the left through a lot of pain. A lot, like I got hit in the face a lot to get my way out of that way of thinking. And if you met me from 10 years ago, it would have been trash bag times 10, and I would have only been welcome in Amir's rooms, and I would have been friends with those guys, and down a horrible path. And so,
getting into psychoanalysis, right?
Yes, very much. Very much.
Looking at what you see right before your eyes.
But you've got to look past what you see right before your eyes, right? Because there's so many. It's a very Jewish philosophy. I don't even know the Hebrew words, but there's the world that we see, and then there's the world behind the world, and then there's the creation of that, and then there's the Ein Sof, which was before that, or Norm can help me out, or something like that. You know?
I look at the Peshat.
Well, I want to hear more about that, but look, if one sentence conclusion is that if these people are misinformed, Daniel and everybody else, if these people are misinformed, then you must, and this is like it's a tall ask, it's a high order, but you must then become a teacher, you know? And so the challenge is, I think, what's that?
I don't know enough to be teaching.
Well, then stay on mute, you know?
We can't teach people that don't want to be taught.
Well,
You understand?
yeah, but you gotta sneak up on them.
It's not going to change anything. We've been doing it on here for 5 years, and it's literally the same people that come on here with this rhetoric haven't changed anything. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So, I mean, like, I agree with you. I'm all for education, but it's unfortunate that indoctrination, took hold of these people's thought process. So, and it's not even indoctrination, it's just a hatred for Jews. That's what it comes down to.
But this
We're always going to have these people.
It's a hatred for herself.
What
She's
is
an
Hasbara?
it means explanation. She's an as a Jew. As a Jew, I advocate for the destruction of Israel. That's what she's doing. The things that she's advocating directly to the this genocide.
Yeah, but
She's advocating for
But the best that we can do on Clubhouse is Hasbullah.
I was talking to
Egalitarianism.
what she said. I think
that she hates Israel and it needs to be dismantled because it's immoral. I was listening to her a few nights ago. She said she hates Israel so much she needs to be dismantled.
Listen, I saw Amazoni's Jews, and I don't think that she's one of those that advocate. I think that she's actually looking to find out because she is listening, she is checking.
No, Daniel, I think you're wrong. She's coming with her pre-assumptions about Israel.
Yes,
Israel is
she
a
is
bad
coming
state.
with pre-assumptions. You're correct. She is coming with pre-assumptions. I didn't know she, a lot of them, like every fucking sentence.
She also believes everyone's equal. Like she wants, I hope I pronounce this word right, I never can, egalitarianism. She just thinks, everyone should have the same say in the matter.
You're getting into psychoanalysis.
But that's where it comes from. It's deeply embedded within...
No, you're describing what you do, Yakov. You're projecting. You're projecting.
It's not coming from a safety standpoint. It's coming from a, well, if we just give them what they want, they'll just not want to kill us.
Right. That failed, unfortunately. Pragmatically, she now advocates for the end of Israel.
Yeah.
And I think it plays right into the hands of the people who openly advocate for the end of Israel, i.e. genocide. That's what we're looking at now.
Right.
And the value in Israel is the Jewish character of Israel. It's not anything else. I mean, it could be other things.
Yeah, for me, more important is the safety of the Jewish people. We don't have, if we are spread throughout the world, it's easier to kill us. If we have one place to go to where we can defend ourselves, it's a lot harder to stamp us out. If the shit hits the fan in the United States, I'm going there, and I want there to be safe.
Right, that's a common explanation. But besides that explanation, there's the character of the state of Israel, which is an unprecedented thing in the modern world. A country that is the Jewish state. There hasn't been a Jewish state in modern history.
2,000 years.
Yeah.
So I wanted to point out what my friend said, that we don't have taxi drivers or people killing random Israelis. That's because, and somebody should have pointed out, that's because of the amount of control Israel has. Back in 2014, 15, with the Mayadim Exifada, right? What's it called? Sufeitan. There were people Israel did not have so much control over what it does. If the Jewish state didn't have the amount of control that we have, then people would have been killed in the streets. And nobody pointed that out to her.
May I say something again? Because I just came back and I was listening for a long time. And at that time, I said, why are you giving this woman a platform for hours? And I came back and there she was again. I heard her say, one state, two state, who cares?
Exactly, good point.
And she also said, now I can't even believe can't think of the word. Coming back, for God's sake, help me. Coming back to Israel is called, or wanting a Jew. No, but just the normal word. Oh my God. Yeah, thank you. She goes, Zionism is a new word or something like that. And I'm like, when I was a kid, we had cards from Israel, and we put dimes in a card. When there were 10 dimes, we could plant a tree in honor of anybody we wanted to honor. Okay, Zionism is not a new word. I mean, technically, Herzog, whatever. But my ancestors have always, don't we pray next year in Jerusalem? Have any of you heard that?
At the end of the Passover Seder. At the end of the Passover Seder. Next year.
We also pray 3 times a day for Jerusalem to be restored.
Okay, so when I first got on to this Clubhouse and X, I was like, I talk to a lot of people. I talk to the Black Israelites. I talk to Nazis. You know, I believe in optimism and conversation and freedom of speech. I really do. And then I was hearing stuff about Zionism, and I go, what do you mean by Zionism? I mean planting trees. What do you mean? And there's this whole language is really important. The word Zionism now is a pejorative. Okay, it's a dirty word. Okay, I don't know what.
For some, that's propaganda. For some.
Exactly. Yes, that's what I'm referring to. How did it go like that? And then I've gone even deeper, and I don't know who, but they've rewritten the Talmud to be a racist, pedophile-filled crap.
This is also a lie. They've never seen a Talmud in their life. This is pure anti-Semitism, Kareem.
I know that. I'm just saying that this is the new, whatever, the new Jewish.
Not new. We've been dealing with this for thousands of years.
I know, this is the new form, is just what I'm saying.
I get you. Listen, it's just like racism. There isn't any difference to it. Racism is hating somebody because of who they are. Same thing as anti-Semitism. By the way, they're having the same struggle. For example, and I see there's a person who claims to be an Indian in the room. AC Spacey. It's the same thing in India. There's a struggle between Muslims and Hindus there. They hate each other because who they are. People hate people who are different than them. Now, the only problem is that we're not going to allow people to kill us just because they hate us. That's all. Israel has every right to defend itself against hatred. Very simple.
But the point of this room is to create a safe space. And as I'm repeating myself, last time I was in here, I said the room is full of incredible people. I would love to hear their ideas on how to go forward with all of this.
But Korean, this communication is normal. This is what happens every day on Clubhouse, and it's been going on for 5 years. This is actually what really happens on Clubhouse. What you've listened to, and even what you're saying.
Okay, I don't understand what that has to do with what I just said, which is I would love to hear from the other people in the room, and instead, and okay, I'm a therapist, so she took control for hours.
She wanted to defend herself, and so we got to be engaged in a dialogue, Jew to Jew. I don't think it should continue. I agree with you, because in the end it becomes very personal, and then we're not really learning anything. She's just sort of trying to center herself and work out her ambivalence about her Jewish identity. That's what we're really looking at, if you want to look at it from a psychological perspective. She's ambivalent about her Jewish identity. And she's acting out on that.
And you are all being very Jewish, very kind and sweet, and listening and trying to educate her. I get that, and I love that. I love that about us, that we will do that. But 3 fucking hours, I think
I'll take as long as it needs to take. I honestly don't care.
Korean, if
it's just encouraging her to keep going.
Korean, it's the dynamic. It is the fact that BB and other mods, and she sounds like a cute little girl, having her flamboyant opinions, her flippant opinions, her die on the hill, all or nothing opinions. That's her politic, though, and I don't think people realize that all communication is politics, and she is literally doing political projection in a Jewish room or a Jewish audience. But I think most Jews should realize that in the future or now, you will always encounter other Jews who are radically politically, radical and political in their communication. So that's why I say don't entertain it. And I think you're right, giving somebody a 3-hour platform is madness, but there's only one way to counteract that, and that's to censor it or change the conversation.
Or allow other people to speak, 3 hours is a really long time. So, moderator, whoever's leading the room can say, can we hear from somebody else or whatever? Or take a thread of what she said, like 1 state, 2 state. No, those are 2 different things.
They're 2 different things, which is hilarious, because what it shows that she doesn't have a clear conviction about it. something that she's arguing for. She just wants to be oppositional. So she centers herself. She has all this attention. I guess she enjoys the attention.
I think there's any more attention now that she's out of the room, frankly. She did what she does. She's very, like Devin said, she's oppositional and confrontational and obviously self-hating and ambivalent. And let's talk about the issue instead. So I want to, like I said, this is what's happening, the realignment of the world. And I'm not saying this like in some sort of conspiracy theory way. This is literally what's happening right now. Is that the United States, which is the world superpower, economically and militarily, undisputed, by the way, unopposed, the United States is saying to Israel, we want you to handle this. So Trump has given Israel whatever it needs to win the war, which is, I think, just and fitting, since we represent American interests in the region. And the American interest in the region are the Abraham Accords. The American interest and the world interest is peace. And the way to achieve the peace is for the Arab nations and for the Jewish nation and for Lebanon, which is a mixed Christian and Muslim nation, to get onto the same page and to do business and to get put all of this wasteful wars behind them. Everybody wants to join the Abraham Accords. So that's the direction that we're heading into. And same thing, by the way, with Ukraine and Europe. America says, Trump says to Europe, we want you to dedicate more of your GDP to the military. They're dedicating like 17% of their GDP to, or less, to the military, less than 2% to NATO specifically, and 40% to social programs. Meanwhile, the United States is dedicating far less of our GDP to social programs and more to the military, and most of all to our debt. So all of that stuff has to be addressed now in order to pose a credible opposition to China, which is what we're turning our face to now. So it's not even really a conversation anymore. I think the Arabs who live in the region, whatever they want to call themselves, Palestinians or Arabs or Hamas or BA, nobody wants to commit genocide, obviously. Nobody wants them all to leave, obviously, but it is non-negotiable that they be peaceful. Those that are not peaceful, they're going to be involved in a war, and they may
endeavor to force Israel to commit genocide, and Israel has done its best to avoid committing genocide.
Can I say something about the room title?
Yeah.
Because I feel like the problem once people start talking about genocide and the war is it just becomes that tunnel. But in terms of Clubhouse safe space, the now is all important. And if you want to have safety and security, that means you need situational awareness. That means what you're listening to and what you're saying. But in my opinion, the biggest danger is not what you're saying, but what you're listening to. Because we are memory repeating boxes, and after you get conditioned with enough bullshit, you will come into these rooms and make it an unsafe space for other people and regurgitate the hate speech, racist nonsense that you have basically conditioned yourself on through all that other content. So I'm just saying that in terms of situational awareness, I don't think that you can destroy a mind virus or help cure someone's mind virus by having conversations with them. There's no education in a conversation. It's basically heated politics. And that's why I encourage you all to have a book club or a book reading room to help break people's trance or hypnosis or mind virus on all the real politic that they like to spew out. El Normo and I and Zach and I and maybe Harry, maybe BB, I don't know, we've read Tanya as a solution or a way to help people break their mind virus, to wake them up, to say, shit, you know what? I'm being self-destructive doing and promoting what I'm saying. Because if you're rooting for the other team, you know, you need to learn the rules of baseball. So that's my opinion. I'm complete. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, we should read the book about Kahanis for them and give them an idea of what being a Kahanis is, because they think that that's like being a terrorist. Like she actually mentioned that in the room earlier. So that's a very important. There's no mention of any kind of terrorist activities in Kahanis movement actually. So that would be actually a good book to read for them.
You know, I want to criticize Israel about something. The other side has wonderful propaganda. Israel has shit for propaganda. I just found out, and for God's sakes, I'm educated. I just found out how many rockets have hit Israel this past year alone. Okay? Nobody in the world knows this. If I don't know this, nobody else knows this. Israel does not share information. People don't even remember what suicide bombers were. Okay? They're absolutely uneducated as to the history, the recent history of Israel. So I think we need some reality going on, because, you know, anytime I talk to a friend in Israel, it's like, oh, gotta go to the shelter, you know, every fucking time. They're running for cover. And I heard it was over 10,000 bombs that for this year. Yeah, Natanya, that's beautiful. I'm all for all of that stuff. Absolutely. It's a wonderful idea. Because people think, I don't know, what do we do? Make matzah, blood, or whatever.
Well, it's the moderator's job. You know, if they're not going to read a book with the moderators, I mean, you might have to read to them.
Book club, you know, John, and that's why you record, like, you share the rooms in another room. It's because if I had a book club room, there would be 2 people here. Me?
Well, that's okay. That's how you actually start doing tikkun olam. You can't repair the world until you repair other people and help repair them. They can't repair themselves.
But I think people are beyond that, John. I think people are beyond that, and they want to hear action and excitement and this and that. But
no one is beyond Torah. No one is beyond Torah. It's the truth.
Right. You're absolutely right. But if we indulge ourselves in Torah, and then we speak of what we learned and engage that in our conversations, like, put it like this, any normal Jews wouldn't have given her a time of day. They wouldn't have spent 3 hours talking to her. I think it's because we fucking care. Because we do read Torah and Talmud and like, we do believe in the Jewish faith, and we do believe in, like, there's good. But we're not naive at the same time, so I mean, I think we are naive, actually. But we're spending time with her, and I think that's a pretty Jewish thing to do.
No, it's fine if. I think it's fine if you spend. I think it's fine if you spend your time in loving, you know, selfless kindness. But I'm a big promoter of education, and I don't think you can actually help cure people's mind viruses unless you use Torah or some type of wisdom education. And so you are admitting, in a way, you're spinning your wheels by having a 3-hour convo. I'm just saying, try to make use of your time more productively.
John, do you think that, let's play this out here. Do you think that, like, for example, let's bring in all the people in our mirrors room here, they would come in here. You think they're going to give the time of the day to sit here and fucking listen to that shit? You really think that, John? Come on.
No, I'm not saying there's a speck of dust out of place. I'm just saying I was very depressed one time, and very, very depressed. And I went to a Chabad rabbi, and he let me say my piece. And guess what his advice was to me? John, you got to be productive. And so I'm just reiterating that. At the time, I didn't necessarily like that response. But now, after reading more books, I do understand that our time really is truly very limited. And if you want to optimize the situation for Israel or yourself or other people on this app, reading a book is the best way to help optimize your time.
John, by reading a book, I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, by reading a book, are you being productive or are you being consumptive of other people's media? And number 2, when are you going to write a book?
Listen, wisdom and Torah is what I'm talking about, my friend, and I encourage all of you to pick up a Torah book today and read it.
I would consider it an accomplishment if I did a wash. My clothes are dirty.
Listen, I feel for what you're saying, and I agree, but the thing is, then these people don't want to learn. That's the thing. They have their narrative in their head, and they'll stick by it to the very end. That's it. So, I don't, like I said earlier, I don't care. I'll spend fucking 30 hours with that bitch. I don't care. I will sit there to expose all of her lies. And you know what? And I love the teamwork that we have with a lot of the people in here that do it as well, because it's just so easy to debunk. And at the end of the day, I like making people look stupid. So if she wants to come in here and make herself look stupid, by all means, come in here and make herself look stupid. It's not a problem. And then we give them the time of the day to actually say something and speak, right? When you go into the other rooms, they just kick you down as soon as they don't like what you say. So at least we do that here. Now, at the end of the day, I can't help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. Right, John? You woke up one day and said, you know what, I want to help myself, so that's why you went to the rabbi and talked with him. These people don't want help. They believe in what they believe, and they will to the end of the day, to the end of their life. That's it. Just like Hamas. It's the same kind of ideology. So that's how I see it.
And what about the people that are learning from the conversations that we're having with her, that are in the room, that were a little bit on the fence and didn't know how to express it, and it just sealed it for them, and they're like, you know what? It is propaganda. I am being indoctrinated. I learned something by listening to like Harry, Normo, Devin, Samson.
I'm not saying the show's not good.
No, but what if one example of a conversation with her helps 3 other Jews?
No, that's fine. I'm not saying you wasted your time this morning or you will ever waste your time. I'm just merely advocating for every 10 hours of Clubhouse. More Torah. Yeah. Torah for breakfast, Torah for lunch, Torah for dinner.
Can I say something? My life was changed by Anne Frank, and I played her in high school. So I have a really, really deep connection to her. And what struck me about Anne is that one person, one child, gave somebody to focus on. And she is the face of the Holocaust. And she's reached more people than any kind of book or, well, it was her diary, but than any other kind of interference or, I'm sorry, I'm grabbing for words, I'm not doing very well. One person can have a great deal of influence, and there's something about that phenomena, and you can't really pick in advance what that'll be, but it's there. And I would love, just reading a little bit about Golda Meir is life changing, but yeah, anything from, and I like to study history through biographies, so that would be a really interesting way. And try, as far as teaching the Torah, try to get away from the Torah. You can't, because it's the basis of jurisprudence. Okay, it's the basis of everything in the world.
I have to disagree, Karine. I think that's the problem. A lot of Jews are moving away from the Torah, and that's what's hurting. John, before you give me the thumbs down, I think Jews are actually really getting away from the Torah, as opposed to yesterday. I was at a ceremony where my cousin, they bought a Torah in dedication of his late parents, my aunt and uncle, and we did a whole parade, and it was amazing. It was so beautiful, and there was like 4 other Torahs, and we were marching in the street, and such a beautiful thing. And I brought my tefillin, and I rapped, and I was rapping a couple guys, but then there was like people that I know that are really good, and they're struggling with business and life, and and they look like they're doing amazing. And the rabbi asked them, you want to rap tefillin? And they were like, no. And then another guy, rabbi asked, the same guy, you want to do tefillin? He was like, no, I already did. And I looked at him and I'm like, yo, bro, why don't you do it? He's like, that shit ain't for me. And I'm like, and I didn't want to pry and tell him, like, you should. But like, how does a Jew get to that point where that shit ain't for him? Like, before, when I started my company like 28 years ago, it was predominantly all Jews, and we would stop by the rabbi once a week, and everybody would wrap tefillin, and then I catered a lunch, and we would all have lunch, and there was one Jewish guy, out of spite, on purpose, he's like, I don't rap. I don't do that shit. I'm like, how do you not do that? And to me, that was a big problem, because, like, we're all, like, 95% of us are all Jews. Everybody's doing it. The goys, they wanted to wrap Tefillim. I was like, why don't you want to wrap Tefillim? He's like, oh, my father works for a cemetery, a funeral home, and he does such big blessings. We don't need to do that. And I'm like, wow, how fucking stupid are you? But no, but that's the problem. Where the simplest thing, and I actually timed it, how quick I can wrap Tefillim, is 3 minutes. 3 minutes of your day to give to people. It's an amazing thing because they say give back to Hashem, but really you're giving back to yourself because you are Hashem. So to give 3 minutes to yourself, like I think what you said is extremely important, and I'm really resonating on what you said, and it's very valid. And like to talk more about Torah and to talk about being a better Jew and to study and to ask those, the Jewish questions. And that's why like it's my favorite time at Pesach when, you hear the story about the child that asked the questions. But I think there's Jews that they just want to say they're Jewish, but they don't want to do anything Jewish.
Well, her role in the room, that woman Buttercup, was to, I think, jog our
She's making us more Jewish.
as strong a defense of Jews as anyone could.
why that was one of the pray more.
They don't care what you say to them. They hate you so much. And this guy, he's a Puerto Rican that converted to Islam, and he has so much to say about these little places he's not even ever been, never set foot there, has no connection or relation. It's fundamentally within this, he just eats Jews, right? So, and I know there's in history there's been like neo-Nazis in America that have turned or white supremacists that have not, turned away from that. So it is possible that that can happen, right? But I feel like what's going on today, this whole business, it's so hard. Some of these people will never, they'll always be people of nature, and that's what pretty much Hashem is intended to happen. So it's not a good place, right?
See, the problem is, if you don't inject Torah or wisdom into any room, eventually the room will collapse because it becomes an echo chamber. So, I mean, having the contrarian position, your position is how you have a fun conversation and reveal a silver lining, which is always Torah.
Well, you know, a wonderful way to go into to really go into a conversation, whatever it is to ask questions. So the first time somebody says, you know, oh, the blood to make monsters, and instead of freaking out, which I do, I get very emotional. I'm triggered very easily. But if you can be calm and go, well, wow, where did you hear that? Well, it's in the Talmud. And you go, which Talmud or where or whatever, and you just kind of draw out. I mean, I've actually, quite honestly, I'm a therapist, I'm a family therapist. I worked with a Nazi. His daughter was very sick mentally, and I just went ahead and worked with the family for years. And the kid did really well, and the family got better as well. And when we ended the sessions, because I was through the school, I got my supervisor. By the way, I'm Jewish, and he wanted to show me his constitution, which he still wants to check. And I looked into them later, and then
Did they know that you were Jewish before they gave you a...
I mentioned, by the way, I'm Jewish, and my supervisor said, why did you do this? Really unprofessional of you. But I was just being a human. Now, my dad was in a camp, for God's sakes, and I lost my grandparents and my uncle in Auschwitz. So it's, and I grew up, I don't share this story, but I grew up here in the United States when I was 5. I had waking dreams, I guess they're called. So I'm very, very infused with the Holocaust and hatred for Jews. It's in my DNA. And I was able to, because there was a child involved, I was able to overcome all of that and work with his family. And I'm not saying it's going to happen with everybody, but this is what the Torah says. You change yourself, you do more good deeds, period. Pray more. I know it sounds silly, and I'm not really great. I love a lot, but I don't know the rules. I'm not great too as far as, And I decided not long time to say the Shema 3 times a day. And I was like, you know what? I don't know if this is okay with heart, there's a spiritual realm that we're also existing in, and you have to experience the power of prayer. And I don't want to be too corny about it, but it really works. It's amazing. And I would have been fired. I work for the government in the school system with children. I would have been fired if they knew that I was quietly praying every time I talked to a kid. Because I was. Because all healing comes from God. And that, if you look at these people who are full of hatred, they're brainwashed. I mean, on every newspaper, even Haaretz, right? There's Jew hatred. It's all over the place. So we're not looking at normal anything. How many of you have liberal friends that say, well, of course I'm not anti-Semitic, it's just, Israel. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know. And God help us, my family, my Jewish family is liberal. They feel the same way. The hatred is all over the place, and the lies are everywhere. These 300-pound women are allegedly being starved in Gaza. Okay, now how's that happening? People will believe anything. And yes, have Jews done bad things? Of course. Everybody does bad things. Every group of people does bad things. But, whenever there's a crime, do you read, oh, that criminal was a Protestant? Oh, the criminal was a Catholic? No. If they're Jewish, yeah, you will hear that. The criminal was Jewish. And for some reason, we all pay, every last Jew pays for every fucking Jewish criminal. That doesn't happen in other groups. So, yeah, the cards are stacked against us, absolutely. And it's rooms like this where we touch base with each other, support each other. And, yeah, we call out, somebody's taking over the room and manipulating.
You took it over.
Huh?
You took it over.
Because I'm a therapist, which means I'm a manipulator. So, I love you all. I appreciate what you're doing very much. And, I need these. These are rare rooms to find, let me tell you. That's why I jumped in today.
Karina, in the chat, I put a recording I made. It's the prayers of Reb Nachman, and it's only about 28 minutes, but it's an incredible book. I read it, 10 years ago, but I put it on YouTube. I put the link in the chat. If nobody's ever heard the prayers of Reb Nachman, you can hear me, John Kitover, reading them.
John, can you tell people the story of Rebbe Nachman? He's amazing. Hold on, I gotta call.
I can't really tell you the story, but I would encourage you to read the prayers because it's a program, a neurolinguistic program on how to communicate with the divine. So it's an incredible. It's a 28-minute prayer recording about his prayers written in a book, translated from Hebrew. It's an unbelievable book.
Thank you so much. It sounds really good. I'm an NLP person. I've had good results with that therapy in the past, so it sounds really good. Thank you.
Yeah, they call it dialectic therapy or dialectical therapy. It's called reading a book, and if you read it out loud and listen to yourself reading it, the therapeutic effect is even more profound.
That's absolutely true. Your word has a great deal of power, especially when you're speaking the truth. It has an amazing amount of power. So, yeah, that's why we have to be careful with our words and not be manipulated by them. Like safe and effective. You gotta watch out for some words because they're manipulative.
I asked AI, I couldn't remember, but I knew I had heard a story about life being compared to a long bridge, and that the aim on this journey of life is to walk this bridge, which life is compared to, and to not be afraid. And I said to AI, where does this come from in Jewish writing? And it does come, it might come from Rabbi Nachman or somebody related to that sphere of people.
Or maybe David, read the songs of David. I think that idea.
I remember a story from Rabbi Nachman. There's a book that when you get married, like a rabbi gave me it, and it was a whole book about Rabbi Nachman, and it talks about a story about a Jewish guy that he wasn't religious, and he slowly started to become religious, and he started paying attention to how many times or how much hours he was spending a day praying, and he started praying 5 hours a day, and he would have 3 or 4 meals. He would sleep 8 hours. He would talk to people, and he said, "Wow, I'm wasting so much time talking to people, eating 3 meals, sleeping. I could be praying more." So he quit his job. He started praying 14 hours a day, eating 3 meals, sleeping a little less, and then he started to get upset, and he's like, "This isn't enough." So then he got a little shock, and he started praying 20 hours a day. And he had 4 hours left, so he would sleep for an hour, he would eat his meals, and he said, "Wow, I'm wasting time here by having these meals. I should grind them up or make them into liquid, and I could sleep 15 minutes, use the bathroom," and he had it all calculated out. And he started playing 22 hours a day, and he left the rest for 2 hours, and he's like, "I could do more." And he stopped eating altogether, which in turn led him to not use the bathroom and no sleep. And he started praying 24 hours a day, and he started to feel so ill that he walked out of his shack and he died in the middle of the center of the town. And everybody ran up, and nobody really engaged with him, but they're like, "What a tzaddik, this guy!" And everybody was running up, the Jewish thing. They were kissing his clothes and saying, "This guy's amazing. I can't believe it. He gave himself to Hashem 24 hours a day." So he goes up to heaven, and he's walking, and before you get to see God, there's the guy. And the guy goes, "Where the hell do you think you're going? With your head held like that, and you're so confident, you're just walking like you're going to see God." Because you know who I am. I pray 24 hours a day.
Strange.
I'm a super Jew. And the guy goes, "You're the worst Jew." And he was appalled. And he was like, "What? I pray 24 hours a day." He goes, "You think God put you on this earth to pray 24 hours a day? He put you on this earth to be tried, tested, to be patient, to raise a family, if God willing, if you can, to be there when people need to ask questions, not to isolate yourself from society, not to be able to help anybody." So the whole lesson I got from that was, be patient towards your fellow brethren, sister. They're going to ask you questions that are going to trigger you, but that's what you're here for. Not everything's going to be easy.
I just checked in history, the great story. My history on Grok, and it says yes, there is a well-known piece of Jewish wisdom that aligns with the analogy you described. It comes from Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, 1772 to 1810, a prominent Hasidic master. His famous teaching.
Don't stand with your back to the wall. Times Square can tell you. Tell us where footsteps go around the world. Sorry, I haven't taken my stride. But he's a witness, master. Don't deny it, I've gone free. I stand to do as best I can. I'm going to daybreak. This is Solomon's head.
Oh, ego.
That's right.
Don't ask me what I'm trying to say, but I'm reading the transliteration.
Yeah, though, it's no fear.
I think there's something going on where people are using this as a way to gaslight
the hardest ways possible through words, and it really does come down to setting up
But then there's also the thing where there's a story too about Jews having faith. So Jews are saying,
well, the U.S. Constitution around it, Illinois, U.S. District of Florida, bringing in the the 16th district.
It's not
Eight of the United States returned and qualifications. History that at least once in every year the U.S. Constitution, the United States,
absolutely. He says you're gonna win. He said, yes. So how much is the average of 20 million?
both transparent.
He goes, I'll give you $5 million, take it now. The guy goes,
Under Trump, which it's about 3,000.
I just proved to you don't have faith in Hashem.
Under Trump.
Well, I lost faith. I can't believe it because I was so sure because of all the things I've gone through in my life. And then, last couple of weeks when Iran was fucking with us, I actually went to bed wondering if Israel would exist the next day. Because the first time my faith was literally disappeared. That it was a horrible, horrible experience. And I learned my lesson.
I don't think you lost faith. I think you just got your faith tested.
Okay, thank you.
You know, the most amazing thing about losing your faith is all you have to do is pick up a good Kitover book and reread back into the script.
I have a good, praying to God's little thing.
All you gotta do is
Before
read
I
the book, ladies
tell
and
it to you
gentlemen.
guys, whoever was here when I was telling the story about the talk, I just now I popped the talk of like holy shit, I was you guys were asking about the chat because it's really sure it's come out that it was switching and stuff, so so there was this guy who got in the city and this guy on a robo comes by and he's like, oh, are you okay? Do you need help? And he goes, no, it's okay. Hashem will save me. Don't worry. When him and I were close, we're good. And then 2 hours later, somebody on a scene comes by and he's like, do you need help? And he's like, no, it's okay. Hashem's gonna save me. I know it. And then the next time a boat comes by, he's like, no, Hashem will save me. Anyways, he ends up in heaven, and then he's like, Hashem's like, aren't you gonna save me? And he's like, what do you mean? I sent you a boat, and I sent you a leader, and I sent you all these things. What more do you want? Anyways, yeah, maybe.
John, you're a fucking enemy leader. And you started this. And I want to thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing how if you just start talking about Torah and you lead people back to the source, materials, all the other propaganda and real politics just melts away in the face of the beautiful shining light of the Torah.
John, are you filming this though, or for your social media?
Yeah, but I've got the air conditioner running, so most people can't hear it.
Is it playing live right now on your YouTube channel?
yeah, you can click my profile and view my YouTube URL, and you can watch me in my Trump hat having a conversation with you.
Thanks, Bernie. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet
In other words, giving purpose to act as service members. And I fully believe that some of the people on this app are about one hair's length away from their based on their profile, based on their history of progress, based on their connection to the military. I'm weighing to myself, is it better that they remain in the room so that they hear how we relate to each other? Or are they just like recording, manipulating, like sitting there waiting for some sort of weapon to use in their arsenal of lies against us? So tell me, what do you guys think? Should we let people who are fully dedicated to destroying us, are they supposed to be in the audience? What do you think?
I think we do, because we have nothing to hide. And
It's true.
we, well, if somebody was just listening to the past 20 minutes, we were talking about love and respect towards one another and teaching and learning. Totally. I think amazing.
I agree.
Well, even if you were to kick them, you would just be creating a $5 a month subscription revenue for Clubhouse Anonymous. So if you want to help the app grow and help them make more money, you should kick them, just so they have to get anonymous, just so they can sit here and listen anonymously because you decided to kick them. But listen, I just want to say, I asked Buttercup, who has now returned to the room, about an hour ago, or 2 hours ago, tell us your definition of Zionism. She told us her definition of Zionism, and I gotta say, Buttercup, you basically come to these rooms to do real politics. I think your communication is political, and therefore I encourage the moderators to limit their communication with you only if you're willing to engage in reading Torah or some type of wisdom material, as opposed to spewing real politic all the time nonstop. I would just encourage you to read a book to the room, or join a book club, or the moderators to do more education through reading books, as opposed to letting people run their motor for 3 hours straight. That's like letting a car sit in your garage in your house and run its motor for 3 hours with no exhaust. Now, who am I to judge if you like to breathe, toxic fumes? But I'm just saying, Buttercup, when you park your car in the house, all you do is fill the room up with toxic fumes. I would encourage you to open your garage door and turn the motor off, and maybe read a book. I don't know, I hope that was constructive, criticism and feedback, and not, too harsh, because I do think, you are needed. You pose the contrarian position. So without you, there really is no conversation. But I would just encourage people for every 10 hours of Clubhouse conversations, maybe read a book for 10 minutes. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Books.
I mean, feel free to put some book links in the chat. I recommend some few books. Other people recommend books right now, so love reading, and have started book club in another chat. But that's what this is for, to share ideas, and if you want to share book recommendations on, by all means, that's what the chat's for.
Oh, I agree. I just encourage everybody for every 10 hours of Clubhouse and heated conversations about real politics, maybe try reading a book for 10 minutes on the app for every 10 hours that you spew your toxic dust.
Scholarly articles on both the wellness, and also I like reading law and policies so I'm not the biggest novel reader, but I do like to read information from sources. That's all I want to say.
No, that's not honey. His mom. That's not her. Yeah, I don't know who this lady is, but people said that they've known her for a while. Somebody said that I know said that they had her blocked already, and so she changed her
Funny
name.
how she keeps saying, like, I've only been on for 5 days, then she said 4 days, then she said 3 days.
I also want to point out that I find it amazing that we call, the listening gallery the goo, because that's like the gulag. And essentially, communists who build gulags ultimately end up residing in their own gulag.
It's so interesting that you mentioned communism because I'm studying it now. I'm studying the rise of Stalin. I'm studying the Cold War and the Palestinianism, the Palestinian attack on the very existence of a Jewish state, the very idea of Jewish sovereignty in the land, which is now, of course, established, it's not going anywhere, is modeled on communism, in that it is a totalizing ideology that does not allow for honest dialogue. It's just a series of delegitimizing of the very premise of Jews and of Jewish sovereignty. For example, there's a reason why they called the brutal medieval butchery of October 7th the Al-Aqsa flood. Think about it for a second. It's because they want to build their mosque on top of our temple and erase our existence. The way that, for example, they erased the existence of the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople by turning it into a mosque. The way they destroyed the Buddhist statues of the World Heritage Sites in Afghanistan. They want to erase any other identity. Otherwise, of course, they'd be willing just to live peacefully next to us, and they wouldn't be arguing over this piece of land or that piece of land. I should point out that
talking with somebody and they're purposely trying to trigger you, and they're like, whoa, 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 you're getting emotional, and they just want to get you more triggered.
I think that was part of the plan all along. I think about it. They also knew they wouldn't be able to keep Israel completely. So, I mean, think about it. They knew they would be able to kill a certain amount of people, and then they understood that once Israel was retaliating, they would just use it. So I think what we are doing, or what is happening, is kind of what they planned for all along. This media campaign. So I think that there's also any sort of coincidence that as soon as it happened, or even right before it happened, there was sort of an anti-Hasbara. These people that come out of shelter.
Well, you know, the thing is, people are always going to have an extreme contrarian position in the game of politics. And the situation in Israel, its surrounding area, their own little political bubbles with Hamas, etc. I mean, de-escalation, harmony, peace, balance, you know, all these things come through communication. And unfortunately, what can you do when you're fighting with suicidal, you know, terrorists who are willing to go to the ends of the earth, you know, to prove a point? So, and it's not just proving a point, it's they're in an all or nothing position. So, I don't know, does anyone here have a solution, or is it just break the siege, end the war, fight it out, rescue the hostages? But I don't know, this is a quagmire, or it could be a Pyrrhic victory, or it could be a stalemate, or it could be, you know, there's a lot of like game theory approaches on how to create the best optimal solution, which is unfortunately going to hurt a lot of feelings. Well, there's a lot of people on this app and people in the real world whose feelings are going to get hurt at the final outcome, because every war has a beginning and an end, and that's just like relationships.
People would get very angry, but the fact is, who has the best wisdom inside confidence? Who has the best wisdom? Like on the cup, extreme communist way, that is, if Jewish population become minority, and she said yesterday, so right? So, and John, I kind of just learning that you reading Torah inside that, but I think the solution is Tanakh. The solution is
Norm, did you know, since you were talking about the communism or Russian Soviets, I mean, the whole thing about Zionism is racism that came from there?
Yeah, of course, I remember very well. Believe it or not, yeah, I know it does.
I just don't know if anyone else knew that.
So, well, phasing is an ideology, which is known as Palestinianism. It's not really a statement. By the way, the leaders of the Arabs of Israel never asked for a state, which is why they don't have one. I'm sorry, I'm multitasking here. So, the Soviets, yes, created the idea of Palestinian nationhood in 64 under with Arafat. Arafat's name is not Arafat. His name is not Yasser Arafat. It's like Mahmoud Rahman, etc., etc., etc. He's not from Palestine. He's from Cairo. And together they cooked up the terror campaign, the first and biggest terror campaign in modern history, based on the Bolshevik terror campaign, hijacking airliners, hijacking cruise ships, and striking civilians. This was like a sort of a step, a development in Palestinian terror. And what the member of the Knesset, by the way, of a relatively liberal party in the Knesset, she's no longer a member, her name is Mina Wolf, pointed out that when they say they want to return, what they're talking about is what they did on October 2nd. That's what return looks like to them. So when they say they want the right of return, what they want is the right to do exactly what they did on October 2nd, which is indiscriminately slaughter Jewish civilians, not military civilians. That is to say, kids dancing at a dance concert and old people living in little kibbutzim around the region in the Negev. Old people, young people, families in their beds, people in their pajamas, unarmed people, just to make it really clear. I want to address a couple of the comments in the chat. You said Gaza was a concentration camp. That makes no sense. Gaza is composed of a number of cities. They were full-fledged cities with luxury apartment buildings and BMW dealerships and water parks, beach clubs. They were full-fledged cities. They weren't. There's nothing concentration camp about them. Not only that, 20,000 Gazans came into Israel every single day to work in Israel, to work in the places, and to work in the homes that they later returned to slaughter their former employees. And they made 10 times what they made in Gaza. The day rate in Gaza was 40 shekels a day, and they were making 400 shekels a day in Israel. 20,000 a day. Now, that combined with the $250 million a year aid that the U.S. gave to the Palestinians, the aid that flows in from Europe and Qatar, adds up to more money flowing into Palestinians, so-called refugees. So-called refugees. A definition of refugee that has never been used before except for many other people. A definition of refugee that allows you to inherit that status and definitely more money poured into them than was spent rebuilding Europe under the Marshall Plan. So I want you to think about that. And at the end of the Marshall Plan, we got Europe at peace, vibrant, functional economies with tourism and all sorts of industry. What we got out of pouring all this money into the Palestinian folks is what we got was October 7th and terrorism and Hamas. So we have to rethink again the model. This is why we had to rethink the way aid's being distributed so that we don't continue to fund the terror group Hamas. International recognizes the terror group. It's not going to be called a terror group. It's what the world defines as a terror group. So this is directed in the heart to somebody that don't know. Called Aaron in the chat. If you want to come up and talk about this, I can. Otherwise, you can keep posting your silly nonsense in the chat that bears no connection to the facts or to reality or to honesty or truth. You're just spouting Soviet-style propagandistic nonsense.
So, exactly. We're studying communism right now. I'm actually studying then looking into the era of nationalism and the origins of it. It seems that there's a lot of crossover between communism and communistic ideologies and their nationalism. they kind of seem to go hand in hand. And they both also seem to have an interest in the construction of Israel.
100%. I want to hear more what you learned about that, man, because I'm now listening to lectures given by Stephen Kotkin, who seems to be the foremost authority on Stalin and on the Soviet Union. He's quite a brilliant scholar and writer. And this really comes into focus once we understand the all-encompassing, impenetrable, authoritarian and totalitarian ideology of the Soviets. By the way, I was with a bunch of journalists a couple nights ago who had covered Palestinians Gaza in today's America. And the censorship on the part of the Hamas is absolute. You're not permitted to show the war crimes that they're committing if you're working for, say, the AP, the Associated Press. You're only permitted to show Israel's response to the Hamas war crimes. And nor are you allowed to even say in your AP article that this report has been censored by Hamas. And the reason why is because a report.
Yeah, I don't know. An excellent lawyer it's the expectation of privacy.
People who get permits for you,
protesters were being worked into the capital.
arrange interviews and so forth for you. And Hamas will harm your fixers, tenders, cameramen, etc. If you don't conform to their censorship. So again, much like the Soviet Union, which you'll remember didn't allow people to leave, Hamas didn't allow people to leave, didn't allow
You know, I hate to break the bad news to a lot of people, but, you know, life is war. And that is a hard thing to really wrap your head around because you want the world to be at peace. However, it does seem that the status quo is war. So I think there's two optimal, situations. One is you prepare for war, but you live in peace. So the point is, this is, October 7th, Supernova Gaza. They did it to themselves. And if you watch the videos of the leaders of that radical terrorist movement holding up babies with AK-47 screaming into mics, non-stop murder, death, mayhem to Israel and the Jews, it's so sick that unfortunately, they did it to themselves. It'd be great if somehow there was some type of de-escalation. But if you live by the sword, you will die by the sword. And unfortunately, fuck around, you find out, and they found out the hard way.
Yeah. I mean, the October 7th, the tragedy of our losses resulted in an entirely new world order. Namely, that Israel emerges, at least in the Middle East, as a regional superpower. We exposed Iran as a paper tiger. We defeated Hezbollah, which actually had a greater military capacity than Hamas. By toppling Hezbollah, we then
topple.
Zero works 24/7 to kill 99.9% of bugs trapped.
And now we have to accept our role.
No-brainer.
America has to accept our role as the world leader and now act to compassionately and with democratic values exercise our leadership against Aaron, but the truth is Israel hasn't done that, and I've looked at some of the bullshit propaganda videos, and they are, from a journalistic point of view, they're just a bad joke. I would go so far as to say you can't show me one single IDF soldier who has sniped a Palestinian child. Now, that said, if that child is carrying a weapon, or if that child is in an area or a building, a school, a hospital, a refugee camp that is openly being used by Hamas as a military asset, that's a different story. Because
Like him a lot. We all like him. Everyone knows President Macron of France, who's been with me from the beginning. One of the first people I met as a foreign dignitary, and I liked him from day one.
that's suicide. And Hamas is also excited for using child soldiers. So when they try to pull our heartstrings for the deaths of their children, so I present you because Aaron is the I don't know if you're the Aaron that Aaron said I saw photos of people out here fighting. Even more powerful. And we have a person.
El Norma, I'm wondering if we could maybe read a page from the Tanya book.
Good idea. Let me grab mine. By the way, I'm sending you the bill for that book, as I bought it on your recommendation. But actually, I should just send you the money and send you the bill because the book is worth its weight in gold. So, hang on one second. I have it in my hand. It's now. I keep it in a place where I can easily find it. Hang on.
I don't know, you could read number 10, number 7, number 21.
one can say, eradicate the evil from your midst, for they know only good, and put the pleasures of the world fully in service to God. Such people are called those who ascend, for they lift up even evil to its source in the good. But do not imagine you are such as them. As Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai says, I have seen the ascending ones, and they are rare. Even Rabbi Chaya, who thought the way of ascent was warned and on. Continue on page 37. Only those who can realize darkness as light and bitter as sweet may enter here. The purpose of this transformation is the unification of the transcendent with the immanent, even in the lowest of worlds. I think what they're saying here is don't mess with trying to transform evil into good unless you're tzaddik, unless you're a whole person. Just focus on doing good until you get there. That's my takeaway from this.
Do you want to read the subnotes or the commentary?
Okay. Okay, so the first note is, only those who know the unity of opposites in God can achieve this whole unity. The next note is, God discloses a transcendent one and the immanent to many. Immanent meaning dwelling within for those who I'm saying immanent. And I don't mean immanent, it's not the hominem coming soon, but immanent meaning residing within. The transcendent is called the Holy One and is said to be the masculine side of God. The immanent is called Shekhinah, the presence of God, and is said to be the feminine side of God. Beautiful. The realization of God's non-duality, Shamrut, is called Da'at Devakut, the awareness of the unity of God, man, woman, and nature. Complete tzaddikim are those b'nei aliyah, those who have arisen. You heard it, if you were listening, you heard me mention that a moment ago. Who know that there is no darkness without light, or bitterness without sweetness, and who thus see all opposites as manifestations of God. This is Da'at Devukut, the realization that the Holy One and the Shekhinah are one. The complete tzaddik knows this innately, and the in-betweener has to attain it through disciplined practice. So this is very Tanya-ish, because it acknowledges that most of us are in-betweeners, as they say. Most of us are people somewhere along the road trying to make ourselves better. This is incredibly helpful, John. You're like changing my day just with this little bit. I salute you. And I'm gonna put one of my little French railroad tickets that I saved from my travels recently to mark that page in the book. That's beautiful. Thank you, John.
Yeah, I think if you want to counteract the negative neurolinguistic programming of this app that people condition themselves on, you got to read words of Tanya and Toigra. Because that's the higher intelligence. So, that B'nai, is it B'nai Israel or B'nai, anyways, it's, if you read the B'nai Israel, read that first part of the commentary, because there's 2 pages of commentary on that.
Why don't you read it? I'm looking at the chat now, and well, you can read that if you want. Aaron says it's an Orwellian fantasy. I don't get to your fantasy part of it. This is literally what's happening in the world. I just reported facts. Why did Jacob become blessed with the name Israel? Well, it's when he won in his wrestling with God. He was obviously a Navi, a prophet. Somebody says Anne Frank used a ballpoint pen. Anne Frank did not use a ballpoint pen. She used a fountain pen, as far as I know. The Gentile uprising is now. I don't see any Gentile uprising. What I see is the United States opposing China. Then I see a bunch of Nazi stuff, which I'll just take a moment and report as hate speech against race or ethnicity, advocating Nazi genocide of Jews. Thank you for playing.
So I'm wondering if I can make this a super safe space for Jews and play the Shema.
Why not?
Constant reminders of your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis can make it hard to be there when it matters.
Sorry, that song's called Poppy Rosen. But that is the Selichot, which is the Sephardic Persian Shema.
Can you play another? I'm cutting the line right now on my tractor, and you were playing that. I felt so amazing. I don't know if anybody else finds. Can you play another Sephardic prayer, maybe like a minute or two, like if that's okay with everybody?
Yeah, I can play that again.
Absolutely, it's not negotiable. It must happen.
Let me play this song, Poppy Rosen. Let me take a break from the intense Shema. Okay, let me go back to the playlist.
That's important.
Yeah, that Shema is very powerful. Most people have never heard that Shema. When I first came across it, I was like blown away at how amazing that Shema version is. I can play that same one again. You want to do that?
Play whatever BB and F for. He's mowing the lawn. Play something cool and Sephardic.
Okay, I'll just run it back. Here we go.
So we're going to a property in Bellwood, and we're trying to figure out whether it makes sense to wholesale.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody playing it again?
Yeah, you want to hear it one more time?
I have another thing to play, which I think is good.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Contributed by ECK in the chat. But that shofar is very inspiring, obviously. It's what we play as we're going into battle, or before we go into battle. And it's what we play on, or blow on Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, to wake us up and to repent. And here I'm going to play something that ECK in the chat turned us on to, so I have to change my audio settings. Let's see.
Yeah, it'll be above the normal height. It'll stop at a setting that's Jewish.
Say again.
It'll be above like normal height, and then there'll be a setting that says Jewish.
You're very funny. I know. It's music. I know. Music mode. But this is a cool Sephardic thing. By the way, I'm going to make a confession that when I was at the Kotel just recently on Shabbat and davening, the coolest, the most musical, and the most impassioned and flavorful service was the Sephardic service. So I was inexorably and helplessly drawn to the Sephardic minion. So that's it. I crossed over. Now I'm going to play this. Hang on now. Let's go.
You ain't the first racist, and you damn sure ain't the last, bro.
No.
Play a new movie, bro. Play a new movie.
All right, guys.
Get some new material, bro. That's yesterday's newspaper.
Okay, I'm gonna put you to the kitchen.
Racism's totally real.
No, you just sit down, make some spaghetti and meatballs in the kitchen. You're not gonna.
Hey, what's up, Alan? Let me look at the link you posted. Alan, I'm wondering, can you hear me, Alan? If you're on mute, I can't hear you, but I'm wondering if I could read a poem to kick off your room.
Thank you for reminding me. I forgot that I was on mute. How are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Yes, you can.
Okay. This comes from the Tao Te Ching, which is by Lao Tzu. This is the 25th verse. There was something undefined and yet complete in itself, born before heaven and earth, silent and boundless, standing alone without change, yet pervading all without fail. It may be regarded as the mother of the world. I do not know its name. I style it Tao, and in the absence of a better word, I call it the Great. To be great is to go on. To go on is to be far. To be far is to return. Hence, Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, king is great. Thus, the king is one of the great four in the universe. Man follows the ways of the earth follows the ways of heaven, heaven follows the ways of Tao, Tao follows its own ways.
Interesting. Does that mean you're pro-theocracy?
Oh, look, it's my friend, the trash bag. Alan, in regards to your question, am I pro theocracy? Can you explain theocracy to me, please?
Just a second. But before I do, I just want to make sure I did get it right. You would have voted against the big beautiful bill. Did I understand that last night?
Yes, I would have been. I would have voted no.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't really put a fine nub on that last night. I meant to, and I got a nightmare that I had failed to do that. Theocracy meaning a government that is run with the intent or the idea of God, that God is running the country through a king.
Yeah, definitely against that.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
I mean, that's the whole basis of our Constitution, our Declaration of Independence.
Separation of church and state, buddy.
No, well, yes, but I'm talking also about the Declaration of Independence against the king and eternal separation from kings. So no kings. However, I would say during the No Kings protest at the local park near my house, I was shocked to read the really anti-American vulgarity that children were writing on the ground with chalk, and parents were, I can tell obviously they're part of the communication chain. But if that's the programming that our children are receiving now to be, I would call it TDS, Trump Orange Man bad. Trump seems to be the cast-off for all projection, and he is the number one man. So I'm not saying he's a king, but as the commander in chief, he has an incredible amount of power. And when presidents are no longer president, they say, "What do you miss most?" And I heard George Bush say this. He said, "It's the power. It's the absolute power you have." So there's no higher high than being the president, because it's like being the Pope. You're infallible, and everything you say is part of history. So I don't really have a point per se. I was just, in regards to this Axios article, I have to put my email in to continue reading it. But to me, it's a perfect clickbait title, and I appreciate it because it's really good. It's worded quite well.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, what really got me going was the idea that if there was a war, Trump, you heard the press conference, you may have heard, if there was unfortunately I can't find the article right now, but if there was a war, Trump wouldn't have to face an election in 2028. Well, in the first place, he's not eligible, and I hope you would agree he shouldn't be made eligible for a third term.
No, of course not. He's not going to one-up George Washington, but in terms of FDR, I think that situation, World War II with FDR, is a very special situation, and I do not believe Trump will have his presidency extended, nor will he run another time.
Yeah, FDR was definitely a unique situation, but it wasn't against the law. I think you and I would his claim is absolutely absurd.
We have very reliable election cycles and a lot of legal law or election law. So I have no doubt that our election cycles will basically never be interrupted until the time this country gets invaded, which could be 300 years from now. Who knows?
Yeah, or could be a little less. Well, I'm glad to find areas where we agree. I'm also glad to find areas where we don't agree. But I'm really glad that you agree that he shouldn't have a third term. I'm really glad you agree that we shouldn't have a theocracy. And I'm really, really glad you agree that you wouldn't have voted for the big beautiful bill. Those are all wonderful things to have noted. So,
Well, I'm running as a Republican and I'm wearing a Trump MAGA hat. So, explain all the contradictions, but I think that most people are more aligned on fiscal conservatism and pragmatic spending. That's the one thing everybody agrees on because that's how you live your life.
of course, except Trump doesn't reflect that. I mean, I respect that you are telling the truth about who you are, and I'm actually quite amused when I go into some of these other rooms that at the, how do I say it nicely, I don't mean to insult anybody on the app, but the intellectual level on this app or in the country in general is very scary to me. We became great because we had a great education system, and when you look at the level of absurdity that people will accept, it just makes me a little crazy.
Well, I read books, and when you read books, you get into higher levels of intelligence. And, my friend and I here, the Trash Bag, have read books together on this app. And so, as a Green Bean moderator, I just believe it's your leadership responsibility to not just have conversations, but also read from books in the way that I just read that little poem to help open up your room.
Agreed. Hello, my friend. I don't know this person.
This is Zach.
Hello, my friend.
This is Zach. He goes by my friend the Trash
It's
Bag.
your friend the Trash Bag.
Why have you chosen that moniker?
Well, a while ago, John told me that the Trash Bag was too self-deprecating. When I first got in this app, I was using my real name. I was just Zach Ruda. Because it says when you get on this app, it says we use our real names. So I used my real name. But then I got removed from the app a few times. I kind of developed kind of a negative reputation among some circles, and I got a lot of accounts deleted. And then for a while I was Ishmael the Gorilla, because I don't know if you've ever read Ishmael by Daniel Quinn, but that's a great book. Okay. And then I was the Trash Bag. And John said that it was too self-deprecating and that I should be something more empowering, like a nature hero or something. So then for a while I was your friend, my friend the nature hero.
Are you and John friends or enemies? I don't understand it.
No, we're friends. We're friends,
friend.
yeah.
Yeah, John is my friend.
We text each other. We are in open communication. I have no enemies on this app. I'm open to all communication, and my name, my number, my address, everything about me is public, and people call me, people text me, and I reply with hopefully positive communication every time.
Interesting, because when he came in and you called him my friend the Trash Bag, obviously I didn't know his history. So it implied very, minorly, I will admit, and I'm glad I inquired about it, but it implied something that wasn't the case. Very interesting.
But I am your friend, the Trash Bag. Look at my picture.
No, I can't.
Oh, well, Alan, you see how you have a picture of your face and you're holding a sign that says No Kings?
Yeah.
Well, instead of a picture of my face, I have a picture of a trash bag.
Oh, okay.
He's trying to be funny, Alan.
John has a picture of his face. He's wearing a MAGA hat. He's sitting in his house. He's sitting there. He's smiling into the camera. I have a picture of a trash bag. It's just a joke. It's like a clubhouse culture. Are you new to the app, Alan?
No.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's just a stupid joke. My name is Zach.
I get it. No, it's just the pictures. I don't get the pictures, so it's why I don't do a lot of social media.
Well, my name is Zach. It's not Trash Bag, but some people call me Trash Bag.
And where do you live, Zach?
I live in Portland, Maine.
Oh, okay.
So are you contributing to the candidate's campaign?
Am I contributing to John's campaign?
That was my question, yes.
Geez, maybe I should. Yeah, I was teasing John that I was going to come to Chicago and help to collect signatures, and then he sent me I know you're looking for people, John, and I haven't got back to you yet, but I don't know about that. I mean, no, I don't know. I guess so far, no, I haven't made any financial contributions to John's campaign.
Well, it's so fascinating because whether I agree with John or not, I commend that citizens are trying to get involved in the act. And I think if one thing is exciting to see in this particular time, it is that ordinary citizens are trying to step up and take a part. Whether we agree or not is not as important as the fact that people are making an effort. And in one sense, Trump may make America again because it'll make America involved again.
Well, I heard this quote the other day. It said the greatest punishment for refusing the responsibility, basically, let me try to shorten it. The greatest punishment for refusing to rule is being ruled by someone inferior to yourself.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, Anson, or good afternoon, I guess I should say. I am wondering if you saw Trump today saying that if there is a war, there would not be an election in 2028, and I wonder what your reaction to that is.
I did not see it, and I've been glued to the TV for the better part of the day, watching as events unfold in the White House. And it's ridiculous to suggest that there would not be an election in 2028. And, that's insane. If he said it, then I condemn it strongly. But today, to me, is not about Trump. And that's the reason is history truly in the making? And when will we know? I see some really very important. Did anybody here listen to all of the leaders speak briefly? They're now in an enclave talking privately, but they did open it up to the press. Did you see the comments that were made around that table? And is that something we want to discuss, or would you rather just focus on Trump and some insane comment implying that we're not going to hold an election in the United States? It's whichever way you want to go.
No, I'm thrilled that you agree that that comment is delulu. And I have no need to stick on it. Unfortunately, I was tied up this morning with some other meetings, so I didn't see what Macron said and so forth. Inform us.
Well, first of all, the captain is delusional. Who's the captain?
Trump.
Okay. All right. Thought somebody might be taking a shot at me.
No, absolutely not.
I'm laughing. I'm not that important.
Well, you are. I think you are.
One of the things that was said, and I think it was the Prime Minister or President of Finland, who is does he have Trump's ear? But anyway, somebody said that we today, in the last 2 weeks, we, the West, have made more progress in ending this war than we have in the last 3.5 years. And I agree with that. We are a hell of a lot closer today than we were a month ago, or 6 months ago, or 2 years ago, to finding a way to bring the end to this war. And today, the focus is not a ceasefire.
might not hold for a day, a week, a month, or a couple of years. But ending the war with a peace treaty that could arguably be ratified by the Senate in the United States and equivalent ratification across Europe, are we in fact approaching we are approaching that possibility. Now, nobody knows what Putin is going to do, but I've been watching the coverage. Fox has an absolutely superb, detailed map of what's going on in eastern Ukraine. And I have more clarity now in looking at that map and listening to the guy that General Keane, who I have a lot of respect for, and I know he's Fox and all that, but I respect Keane. But I was flipping back and forth, and I was watching CNN, and their lead guy was John Bolton, who of course hates Trump. So there was a tone that was different between those two, and there was an emphasis on a different point of emphasis made by Bolton / CNN and Fox with General King, as well as Mike Pompeo, who I believe is one of the better secretaries of state that we have had for a considerable amount of time. But that's beside the point. But I really respect and admire Mike Pompeo, and I think he has been a wise and effective part of our government. Well, I'm waiting to see it, and I'm toying with, I don't know whether we're going to open the rational discussion room or not today, but I really am seeking a dialogue as to whether or not, in fact, history is in the making. When will we know? And what is a rational possibility of what it will look like if peace treaties are signed and the war is brought to a true end with robust, boots on the ground security guarantees from Europe and even the United States. And so I'm waiting with bated breath. I don't mean to rob your room or just distract you from what you want to talk about. But this is my hope, my anticipation, and it has nothing to do with whether I like Trump or not, or whether he's a bombastic son of a bitch and an idiot for calling for no election in 2000. I mean, no, all that is just crazy. I'm instead focusing on what I just really, I guarantee you, last Friday when we were all when I was sitting around waiting for the press conference following the summit with Putin, and I told my companion as we were waiting, I said, we may see history in the making with this press conference. And after that press conference was over, I was so disgusted. I was outraged. It was a travesty. And there should never have been a press conference. Putin should never have been given the stage to give the speech that he gave standing by the President of the United States on American soil.
Thank you.
If he wanted to give a press conference, he should have gone back to Russia and given his own goddamn speech. And that was a travesty. But now, look where we've gone. Just look at Zelensky and how the tone of, you had to watch it for yourself. And I can't adequately describe it all. But my hopes are that history is in the making. And I'm waiting with bated breath to see what's going to happen.
in a matter of weeks, not months.
Yes, and I
On
would.
the other hand, we could have a continuation of the war without the end in sight.
I want to give other people a chance to ask you some questions because you're more knowledgeable about this than most people. I have two questions for you, and then I want to let other people in here ask you questions. My question is, why would the U.S. Congress be involved in ratifying a peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine? That's my first question.
Because there would be a security agreement that would require long-term U.S. commitment to the security of Ukraine. And the only way to make that stick so that it's not subjected to, from one president to the next, is with some form of treaty, whether it's a multilateral, it's not a NATO treaty. It is not a NATO commitment because I don't think Putin will stand for a NATO admitting Ukraine to NATO, or even maybe give Ukraine, and this has been a topic of discussion on the news, an Article 5 like security agreement, but not a NATO agreement. And I would
Okay, that's a good answer.
Between that. Okay?
That's a good answer. I just want a high level. I don't need to get into the weeds. I think often these discussions break when we get into the weeds. My second question, and then I'm going to ask Steve. Steve's going to get the next shot at asking you a question. Do you think it's a fair agreement if the children that were stolen from Ukraine are not returned to Ukraine?
No, and that was discussed pointedly by the European Commissioner, the woman. There are two women in the room, the Italian Prime Minister and I don't remember their names, but she brought that up, and Zelensky brought it up as they made their brief remarks going around the table. And that should be part of the treaty that Russia and Ukraine would sign. And returning those children, as well as returning all the POWs and all that as well, the normal kind of prisoner exchange when peace erupts. But returning the children is an item on Zelensky's agenda, and it's important and will be discussed, but the details will have to wait.
But the good news here that I find very exciting is you agree that those children should be returned. Okay, that's very good.
Now, how do you know you're going to get absolutely 100% of them? And are we going to see some crying Ukrainian mother because her child was not yet returned, but 95% of them was? I mean, the way we can overblow.
I understand that.
Right.
Yeah, I think
on principle, absolutely, the children must be returned.
I'm really interested in getting answers in principle, and I think we break things often over very small points. So thank you. Steve, you get the next shot at answering a question if you have one.
Yeah, Anson, my question would be is, with all the European leaders that was there, and with Trump there, and them supposedly, I didn't see the thing, but are you saying there's being exerting their will on Trump? And if they are, and they're being adamant about what they will or won't accept, and push comes to shove, and he doesn't want to be part of any security guarantees, does the Europeans have the muster, or do they have the gas in the tank to send someone in there and actually do it without us? Basically what I'm saying is this: are the Europeans just blowing smoke, and if they blow the smoke too hard, will Putin just call their bluff on it?
No. The Europeans are not blowing smoke. And I can give you a little bit more detail, again, General Keene's perspective on this. And it was a remarkable perspective. I think it's correct, and it reflects a huge leap forward over the last 10 years, from where we were 10 years ago to
where we are today in terms of the European willingness to accept their burden in the protection of Europe and the protection of Ukraine, and not just sit back and expect the United States to carry the brunt of any of such things. There is a remarkable move forward by Europe to accept a tremendous increase economically and militarily.
Let me ask you this, Williamson. I understand that they've committed to increase spending on military, and you know, with your time in the military, when you ramp up readiness, you can't do that overnight.
Oh, for sure.
And like right now, the last estimates I had on Great Britain, they had a 70,000 man standing army. The German army was in complete disarray. Now that's not to say they're not trying to correct it, but my point is, if you have become so weak in your ability to respond militarily, and you haven't ramped up and you haven't got to where you have capabilities to really put bite behind your bark, does your bark mean that much?
I can answer that question, but it's to be really, yes, I see a path forward given the current state of military preparedness on the part of Europe. Do I see a path forward to improve that readiness over time and resulting in true, meaningful European deterrence vice just American deterrence against Russian aggression? Yes, I do see a path forward. Given the reality of the world today, Europe has to do that, or there's going to be earth-shattering consequences. They have to do it. They recognize it. It's not going to happen overnight, but if they're starting to move in the right direction, you know, it's like turning an aircraft carrier. It is hard and takes a hell of a lot of power and takes a long time to change the course of a huge aircraft carrier as opposed to a speedboat. So you're not going to see it overnight. But let me give you an example. And I learned this from General King today. Right now, the United States has 40,000 troops, 5 brigades. That's about 8,000 troops per brigade in Europe. Okay? That's not a whole lot of military power. The United States could very easily, and with essentially no cost, move 1 or 2 of those brigades into Ukraine. Now, whether I agree with that or not, but you don't have to move divisions. You don't have to, you don't have to move multiple air wings. You have to move tripwires that are European troops that, if attacked by Russia, would invoke NATO response because of the attack on Europe, not because of the attack on Ukraine. So yes, there is a path forward, and I would also point out, Steve, that we are in, I read recently, given the drawdown in the munitions that we have been using to supply both Israel and Ukraine over the last several years, you know how long it will take to rebuild those stockpiles given the current state of our military-industrial complex, just to get back to where we were in February of 2022? The answer is 7 years. That is not good. Now look at that depletion of our own stockpile. Forget Ukraine, forget Gaza. Given the state of our current stockpile, what if China sent carrier battle groups to surround Taiwan today? We don't have enough bullets to shoot to supply Ukraine to effectively hold off Russia, much less enough bullets of our own to be able to militarily stand up to China if they make a move on Taiwan in the next day, month, year, couple of years. That's scary.
Yeah, and Anson, you know, regardless of how benevolent you want to be, at some point there becomes logistical realities in what you're engaged in. And that was kind of where I was driving this point too. If you're sitting there and a guy's barking at you and he doesn't have the logistical capabilities to enforce what he's barking, and you're negotiating with this guy, how seriously do you take him? And that's one of the conundrums I think we've gotten ourselves into here. And I think it's logistical that we're so depleted in like you said, that it's going to take us 7 years to replenish our stockpiles. Well, that's where we're at as a baseline. What about Europe? And has Europe or any of the countries in Europe, besides, you know, doing little skirmishes with, you know, small groups that are basically militias, they haven't engaged in a peer war conflict probably since World War II. And, you know, a peer conflict is something you got to think through or it can get ugly. And I think what I see here is Putin is looking at this like, well, dude, about the only lever you got to pull on us is to crash our economy by shutting off the oil, going to China and going to India to where you start decimating our economy. The Europeans aren't going to send enough troops in there with enough Biden to mean anything. The United States has bled down on armaments, and you know, you can rail against Trump all you want, but it doesn't matter who's sitting in that seat. It's like playing a game of poker. You either got the cards to play the game or you don't. And if you don't have the cards, another guy calls your bluff, then what?
Anson, do you want to respond to that at all? Oh, yeah, sure. I've been engaged with my classmates over the weekend, and we just had a change of command at the Naval Academy. There was a lot of political turmoil. A woman was the first superintendent, and she got moved out early. She was fired. She was actually promoted to a higher level job in Washington, but they brought in a Marine, and I watched the change of command ceremony, and oh my God. But one of the comments that I alluded to, and I then revised it as an allusion, I made an assertion that today's geopolitical world, and compounded by the decline of the United States economically and militarily, today's world is far more dangerous, unsettled, and we are closer to nuclear war today than since 1962. And the entire time that I served on nuclear submarines during the Cold War, we are closer to nuclear war today than any time since 1962. And because of the unsettled uncertainty compounded by the inevitable long-term, not because of Trump, not because of Democrats, not just because of Republicans, but the economic, military, even the social fabric decline in the United States has put the world in a far more tenuous, uncertain, and dangerous situation than I've ever seen in my lifetime, except that I was born in 1942, so of course World War II was still going on. But that's where we are, in my opinion, and God help us, but we got to do something about it, It's depressing, but it's the best I can come up with based upon my reading of history and active duty involvement and all that kind of stuff. And I can.
Well, Anson, I don't think it's that depressing. Let me restate what I think you said, because I think it's always useful to make this iterative and to make sure we've heard everything that is said. I think you have said, and I completely agree with you, and I was alive during this time as well, although younger than you, that 1962 was the most dangerous time in the world after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Are we on the same page so far?
Sure.
Okay. And you feel like the world, because of the changes in the world order, and perhaps the rise of China and the deterioration of economic stability in the world, that it is more dangerous than it's been since 1962. Did I hear you right?
Absolutely. Exactly.
Good. And that Europe is more capable of defending itself than, or helping Ukraine to defend itself than it has been since World War II. Did I hear you right on that?
Yes. Europe has the wherewithal. I don't know if they have the political will and capability of doing it, but the European Union, I think, is the single, which is the bigger economy, the European Union, the U.S., or China, but they're all pretty damn close. And the European Union today spends 17% of their GDP or budget or something on defense, and 40% on their social fabric, social engineering, safety nets. Okay? Europe politically is capable of changing that. It's capable. They have the economy. They have the education. They have the enlightened population. They have Europe that can pull themselves up and fix that kind of imbalance. Whether they have, just like the United States has done up until, the last 25 or 30 years maybe. I mean, after all, we had a balanced budget and around $1 trillion in debt 24 years ago, did we not?
Yes.
Look at us today. That's not just GOP, that's not just Democrats, that certainly isn't just Trump or just Biden or just Obama. It's the American fabric that is on the downhill slope. Europe can help fix that by contributing a far greater share of their ability to stabilize the world order.
Steve, I don't think that's pessimistic, do you?
No, but I understand what Anson's saying, but I think right now, and my information could be stale, so this may cloud my perspective if my information's stale. And I understand they've implied that it's going to start ramping up their military. But this slice of time that we're dealing with right now, not 5 years down the road when you got all the tanks you want, and you got all the missiles you want, and you got all the artillery you want now, and you start saying these kind of things to a guy that's been engaged in a bloody conflict and is sitting on a ton of nuclear weapons, and you start talking tough guy when you haven't got, it'd be like a boxer taking on another boxer that's been fighting every 6 months. He's ready to go. He's been fighting. He's tuned. He's ready. And your boxer is sitting there. He's been sitting on his butt, hasn't been training, hasn't been getting in shape. And then he says, "I'm going to get in shape." And a week after he starts training, he says, "I'm ready to take that guy on." Well, anyone that's ever trained athletes, you know that's illogical. And I think that's kind of how I view Europe right now.
Yep.
I think
This is really important, Alan, Steve, everybody else. I think it's important.
Yes.
We cannot if the GDP drops 1% today, much longer period of time. And that's why I think history might be making, just maybe, because it is going to demonstrate, among other things, a European willingness with boots on the ground and signatures on treaties to accept a far greater burden for global stability rather than their paying attention to their own social fabric to the exclusion of their responsibilities in terms of global stability. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But let me ask you this, Anson. I understand where you're going with that, but the point I was making about this narrow slice of time and negotiations that's transpiring inside that narrow slice of time, and the available cards that you have to play at this poker table, which is the negotiations. And this is what upsets me so bad, that people will start saying, well, he just give up, or they just folded, or whatever. Things aren't like that. If you know what your position is, and you know what the other guy's position is, there's limited number of plays that you have available to you. It's not just like, you're not just going to walk in and tell people, well, you're just going to stop shooting today. That ain't going to happen like that. There has to be some kind of leverage involved, and everybody involved in this is going to have to bring some kind of leverage to persuade you. That's my point.
State of their economy is. I certainly don't know what the status of their ammunition supplies, their ability to man the battle line. I thought I shared the hope last Friday that Putin would be more willing than he was, because he truly was tired of war, and in fact his country's steam and the Russian engine was running dry. That was not the result, and Putin stood his ground. And there's going to be a conversation, a phone call after the meeting today in the White House. Trump said he was going to call Putin again, and he was going to push for a trilateral agreement, trilateral meeting sometime really soon. I don't know whether that's going to happen or not, but there is leverage to be used against Russia, but it has to be used with tremendous unity and resolve, not just words, not just bullshit around the conference table, but there has to be real demonstration of resolve by Europe and the United States to stand united to repair the fabric of both entities, the European Union and America, to be able to stand much taller than we have in the last 25 years in order to achieve effective, meaningful, and lasting deterrence against not only Russia, but China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia combined. That's the historic, I'm hoping to see a little bend in the trend of history, to see perhaps an uptick, what is an uptick in the right direction. And I think maybe we could get an indication of that sometime pretty quickly. He gets bombarded. But I know that that's what America along with a true, meaningful partnership with the European Union.
So that, let's try to.
Congress is currently debating spending cuts alongside extending the tax cuts.
not right.
Exactly.
And Steve has not only united, but united in strength. If the Brits have 70,000 troops, that's divide that by every, that's 10 brigades maybe. That means Britain puts a brigade or two on the ground in Ukraine on the line of battle as a tripwire because Russia violates either a ceasefire or more likely
the sword that
Yes. As I understand it, Steve has two different concerns about Europe. You have been confident and thoroughly interested in one of those two concerns, which is their military readiness. And I think what you said is they're perhaps more militarily ready than we may think, and more militarily ready than they've been since World War II. The piece you cannot address, of course, and no one in their right mind would expect you to, is the political will of the Europeans. Do I understand?
Yes, I'm distracted a bit because I've got a real bone to pick with somebody in your audience. So I'm paying attention to what she's saying in the chat. But yes, I think I agree with what you just said, Alan.
Okay. Alan, could I just mention one other thing? You know, you do an accounting on your inventory.
So everybody, it's
Like,
July.
versus today. How many more planes do the Germans have? How many more artillery pieces do the Germans actually have in their fires? These are the things that are going to be the feet in the work. The same with Great Britain. Have they increased their Air Force capability? Have they increased their naval? These are all things that are all components of war. And if you're going to threaten someone with a tripwire, like Anson was talking about, the tripwire indicates one thing. You take that tripwire, and now you're going to have to deal with consequences. The question becomes, and I agree, there's a lot of political will involved in this, but actual numbers of planes, troops that are ready to fight, vessels that are ready to launch, what's the inventory that's available today versus 2 years or 5 years ago that Europe actually has the capabilities to put on the field and engage? Like I said, I can have a boxer and say this guy has great potential, but he's only been trained a week. Okay, he's been trained 2 weeks. Does that mean the guy's ready to fight? And that's what you got to look at with these countries. Political will is important because that political will turns into actual tools to engage with. But until you see these inventories significantly shift, have you really put bark in your bite?
Steve, can you agree with me that the political will that the Ukrainians have shown has been absolutely extraordinary? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. But hear me out. Their political will would have been insufficient without the armaments that was supplied to them by people that actually was able to ramp them up in a way where they could resist. Like our
Alan, you know what's interesting? I find that, like, I agree.
Give me just a second. I want to hear what Jane has to say. Jane, you have something to say.
Thank you, Alan. I'm okay. Go ahead, Scott.
Congress is
Well, I'd like to get that resolved. Let's get that resolved.
It's up to you. Sure.
No, let's get it resolved. I don't know what the vote is because I can't deal with the chat. What is this issue?
No clue. Hanson, go ahead.
Read the comment that the parting shot at me, the comment that you put in Alan's room yesterday. Old fart trying to conduct an irrational debate. Somebody wrote your name. I could not believe that someone that I never mind. Jane wrote that, and it was so far out of line with what I am trying to do and how I'm trying to express myself that I just blocked you, and I don't know how you got in here and how you got on the stage, so I don't know how to block people, but you won't get
Let me start with that.
You won't
You
get
don't get to block people. Yeah, unless you're the moderator. You can block people unless you're the moderator.
So you won't get into the original discussion.
That's okay.
And it's okay, but I don't want you.
But Anthony,
It's the most.
I read the comment. It notes to the person who wrote it very, very well. And I laughed at it. That I will own. So that's a primary blocking. I think there's a lot worse things that have gone on.
It's the most.
Here, and I'll be talking whatever amount of time.
Our special pleasure this morning.
But I'm shocked at the
Applause
level of time.
as we introduce County Chair for Texas, Abraham George.
I don't really care at this point. I used to really try with you in Gary's room. I know you don't go there anymore, but at this point, you've misunderstood who wrote that comment, and I don't care to name them, though I do know who did it. And two, I did laugh at it.
Okay, so Jane did laugh at Anson. She didn't write it. I really respect both of your minds, and I do think that it is more difficult for women in this forum, and I am eager to engage them. On the other hand, that is not meant as any form of disrespect to you, and I do hope that you will accept her statement that she didn't write it.
I'll accept the fact that she didn't write it, and I will certainly expect that a modest degree of rationality and acceptance of differing points of view without all the venom that flows around here. I am doing my
I was
best.
told by Brad S to get a rope and hang myself in. Is that venomous to you?
I am not going
Just
to.
curious what your point of view is.
I am not going to defend Brad in any way.
I'm glad to hear that.
He cut loose on somebody in my room last week, and it was after I left. The room still ran for another 15 minutes, and I couldn't believe the outrage in that room. And it just, I'm not even sure I'm gonna reopen the room again. Because if it devolves to that kind of crap, then it is anti-ethical to everything I'm trying to do.
Okay, I respect both of you, and I apologize for allowing that comment.
I remain steadfast in my commitment to there being only one major issue facing.
We don't give Congress fiscal advice. We don't give Congress fiscal advice.
Yesterday, I think in general it was a good room, and I think as we go through what is undoubtedly a very difficult time coming to common ground, I am extremely eager to find common ground, and I'm grateful to both of you for engaging in this conversation. I will try to protect both of you verbally. I can only do what I can do in the chat. Is that fair to both of you?
If I can unblock Jane, but I want to have rational conversations without all the clubhouse TES MAGA bullshit. We've got to break this goddamn log jam, and I am committed to giving it my best shot.
And you're doing a good job.
And it's pissing me off that I'm unable to do it.
Well, you're doing a good job, Anson. It's hard. It's a hard thing to do, and I've been working at it as well. And,
To the pool. I didn't hear what he was saying.
getting along with people is difficult, as I
I said to one of our people on the stage yesterday, who knows who he is, we were told by the Apostle Paul to bear with one another, and that is hard work. And I am eager to help everybody do that.
Thank you for allowing me to get on here a little bit with Jane, and thank you, Jane, at least acknowledging that I'm trying to move in the right direction, that we can get back on topic and see if we can figure out what it is. This is a history-making event today, starting last Friday, going on. Is it a history-making event? When will we know, and what will it look like? And what will that mean for the world writ large in the coming years, not days, weeks, or months? That's what I'm trying to figure out now.
Thank you. Now, candidate, you have been, and I appreciate, very much appreciate how quiet you've been and how you participated in the discussion. You are hoping to serve in Congress. And I would be curious what questions you might have for Anson based on the last 15 minutes of discussion.
Hey, sorry, I had it. No, my. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Anson, yeah, I appreciate everything you've said and Steve said, and I learned a lot listening to you guys. I feel like, Alan put together a great room, and, I say peace now, and, but, I think we're all doing an independent analysis of this huge geopolitical paradigm and, paradox in many ways. But my question to Anson would be, maybe if you could share a story in the Navy of a conflict, on the submarine, and how, as the leader, you helped resolve the issue, or how the issue didn't resolve, or how it played out, or some type of anecdote or some type of personal experience about where you've seen conflict resolution create, a great opportunity, or could be in the bad story, whatever, any kind of memory you have about some high pressure conflict or something. And then the second part of that question would be is, from a fiscal perspective, at $1 trillion a year for the NDAA, what would your budgetary recommendations be for our national defense? Thanks, Anson.
Do you guys really want me to tell a sea story?
We do. We actually do.
Okay. You know the difference between a sea story and a fairy tale?
No.
A fairy tale starts with now once upon a time, and it ends with they all lived happily ever after. A sea story begins with now this is no shit, and it ends with and the son of a bitch got what he deserved.
Okay, we like that.
Okay. Here's a short story, and it's bragging a little bit, but it's a short story of successful leadership. I was the commanding officer of a nuclear submarine, an attack submarine. I trained my crew very hard. I ran drills all the time. I set very high standards, and I was a tough skipper. I wasn't a tyrant, but I was tough. We were preparing to go on a special operation, which meant that we were going forward into the Arctic and spying on Russia, specifically Russian submarines. We proceeded to do so. I tangled with a Russian submarine. We went tooth and nail with each other for several days. And I then, in order to disengage, I proceeded to take my ship under the ice. Only 2 people on my ship had ever been under the Arctic ice. And I'm talking about 10 to 40 feet of ice over your head. So if you have a casualty on board, you can't surface. When I went under the Arctic ice, I knew he would not go with me. We had been under the ice for about a day. Fire in the auxiliary machinery room, a real fire in a real switchboard with 40 feet of ice over our heads. That fire was put out, and we returned to a normal full power lineup and proceeded on our mission. It took about 30 minutes. The whole crew was in breathing apparatus, etc., etc. That crew responded with an absolute level of expertise, technical competence, bravery, even heroism. And when it was all over, I went to my stateroom and I cried because I couldn't have put the fire out. I couldn't have given any orders to do much of anything. The crew had to respond to that. And I went to my stateroom and I prayed to God that with thanks for allowing me to have such a marvelous group of men under my command. And I pinned as many medals on them as I possibly could when we returned to port.
Absolutely, thank you. That was an incredible, incredible way. You know, this is what we're trying to do, and we break it when we don't recognize the greatness that each of us has. I love the question, candidate. I love the answer, Anson. It is so fucking good that I'm going to close the room right here, but we're going to do more of these pop-up rooms. I don't want to break this mood. Thank you all.
Why the fuck would anybody drop drag into this bullshit? Or what?
to the front of that.
Bacon, eggs, the bigger thing.
Now pretend like you're ordering it.
You would definitely go to that bigger shop.
Can I get a bacon, egg, thingy-nigger?
Say hello to John Kitover.
Oh, I love John Kitover. Say hello to John Kitover, everybody. Oh, Bloomberg is not covering this point. Although I didn't listen to that all today, I was so busy with work.
Bloomberg, for years, they tried to pretend Bitcoin doesn't exist or it's like stupid or a bad idea. Now they like just totally submitted to it.
Child. No, I don't see where it says that the U.S. will buy Fedbound.
I'm telling you, like, Bloomberg covered it, like 10% stake. That's why it made like such a dump today.
So I'm not sure that you,
Yeah, I'm
not sure.
I'm retarded. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because today, so the Intel CEO denounces misinformation about his professional past after Trump demands his resignation. So Trump is clearly having beef with Intel. I'm not sure why.
I'm telling you, Bloomberg was covering it like all day, like every 30 minutes. Like the Trump administration, that was still down 3% on the reports of the Trump administration was going to buy 10%.
There you go. They're in talks to take 10% stake.
That's right.
In Intel. I'm not even sure why you would do that.
I don't either. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
What does that mean? The government buys it, basically?
The government would own 10% of remaining shares, yeah.
Trump publicly demanded the resignation of Intel's new appointed CEO, Lip Butang, citing problematic business relationships with China. Okay.
This may be like some kind of like, they want to have like one of the companies nationalized in order in case like some kind of chip shortage from like foreign policy gone south happens. I don't know.
It's not nationalized, but you need, so 10%. So when you buy 10% of a company, then you will have much more power.
It's a minority share, but it is still nationalization in effect.
Well, it doesn't matter. The bare minimum is 10%.
That's fine.
As long as you own 10%, then, or anything more than that. So Trump took the minimum, which is 10%. If you buy 10%, you have much more power. So they're saying basically Intel has some Chinese shit going on.
That's right.
And if the U.S. government has 10%, then the U.S. government is on the table. Yeah. I love Georgia Meloni. That's an ass that I would plan.
That's right.
It's fine.
Georgia Meloni was at the Oval Office today.
Yeah, I would plan. I would definitely plan. The truth. So Zelensky today was wearing a suit.
Was he really?
Was he really?
Yeah, and Trump told us that there's a guy who's in Portugal who said, "You look amazing in this." And Trump said, "Oh, that's the guy who attacked you last time." And then Zelensky said, "I left him, but I can't learn his lesson. We're in the same suit still." I love Zelensky. He's a Jew.
All right.
He's killing all the Ukrainians, and he's getting away with it.
That is so crazy. Like, the whole war was like just like an extermination of like blonde people.
Yeah, they're Christians. No one cares about them. Let's kill them. And yeah, let's get going.
Let's flood their country with like.
You guys are literally complaining about dead people who died in war. You fucking losers.
To the loser who got kicked out of the military, dishonorable discharge. Sure.
No, I got an honorable discharge, and I'll tell you what, you're a fucking loser.
Nigga, why don't you fight in the trenches? Why don't you explode with your brethren? Shit, nigga.
Yo, John, fuck Zelensky.
You know what? He's a strong Jewish leader who may negotiate peace, unlike you losers who literally come here every day and repeat the same cycle without introducing any new information. That's the definition of being a loser. Kick me. Hurry up and kick me so I get away from you, please.
Kick this nigga.
Oh, did you kick him?
There you go.
I like John. I'm a free speech absolutist, so I elect to have him stay so we can nominate him.
Are you an absolutist though? Like, kick us.
Kick them. Our verbal threats be against the law.
I'm not gonna kick him, but you guys.
Verbal threats should be against the law, but I think,
Then you're not an absolutist.
I'm an absolutist in ways that don't violate the First Amendment.
What?
Yeah, like I don't think you harassing an autistic kid, sending $1 million
Poi quando mi penso che sia in classe o Papa Pope sei e si da come so trying to save himself.
So you're not an absolutist.
Okay, but I'm not an absolutist. I'm a pro-sexist.
There's no, that's fine. But censorship is profitable.
Right, it's gatekeeping. Everything that's gatekeeping is profitable.
That's right.
I love gatekeeping. Some niggers can get in. Well, so now we know that the new CEO of Instead, Wu Tang, he has Chinese relationships, and so Donald Trump is kindly requesting that he resigns.
So this is kind of like espionage operation. They're trying to take control like half the state.
Again, you're not getting it. 10% is the minimum that you need.
I know. If they get 10%, they have like more. They have access to more information, and also they have more leverage over the company. So this is some kind of like geopolitical struggle.
Ah, child. When you put 10% again, at least that.
Yeah, it's corporate governance. You're more powerful than law.
When you own percent of any company again.
Yeah, you have more power.
You become an insider.
That's the whole point.
You become considered an insider to the SEC rules.
Yeah, they file a form. I forget what form it is, but I get it. Stop.
So that you can make decisions for corporate. Like you can.
Randy, you guys be morons. The people that are morons will believe that.
So you are a moron.
Oh, what do you care what morons think about it?
Because but it doesn't affect the outcome.
Because is an airplane ticket trouble? NBA
child.
No. I'm not gonna go to a basketball game with me.
The U.S.
There we go. I'd be very make sure you wrap it up, bro.
You don't have that the U.S.
Any girl that's just like willing to fly down to Florida, that's a weird
Do you understand that the U.S. government cannot
stable
into the operations of certain companies?
I've been talking to a girl for like 2 months.
Oh, wait, a girl from Clubhouse?
And she has a sister in Tampa. No, it's not from Clubhouse.
Why are you guys wasting time talking about dumb shit that ain't nobody cares if Rico's talking
That's right.
No one cares if he's talking or not. No one cares.
We're trying to get in the lead.
No one cares.
Try to get yourself.
Yes, we do.
Don't worry about me. I'm doing fine.
But no one cares if he's doing fine. We care about are we doing fine?
That's right.
So the U.S. cannot go. The U.S. government cannot look into private companies and their operations. They don't have the right to do so.
That's right. Yeah.
Because that's not.
If they do something illegal, yeah.
Yeah, but
No, but buying.
Look at my guy can't corrupt. This nigga can't corrupt. This nigga can't corrupt.
Yeah, you can't shut up.
So because they're insiders, now they get to do it legally.
Ramble McDickerson.
They have actual ability to.
Ramble McDickerson.
What's happening?
Careful, Rico, he might kick you.
but he just doesn't want to hear it because he insists on knowing it, but he doesn't know it.
Then tell me what you got that I already know.
Also becomes a national security asset.
That's what you said, dude. You're repeating what I said, bro.
You didn't say shit, dude.
Oh my god. You'll never. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking absurd.
It was a retarded thing. That's right. It is absurd. It's retarded. It's all about 3.64%.
That come with me.
Stumbled upon a room, a brain trust room, a pop-up room by Alan, and I gave my little speech to John, Congressman Kitover, who was in there, and he heard me. So what he'll hear me say in my opening remarks.
How would you like it?
What you already heard, John, but I'll repeat it for the benefit of those that care to listen in here. I can't hear you yet, Scarlett. I see you trying to unmic, but I don't hear you. I saw your question in the chat, so I can't hear you. You might want to try to leave the room and come back again.
All right, is this any better?
Can anybody hear me?
I can hear both.
I'm not having any problem. Okay, well, I'll leave the room and come back.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Okay, well,
Leave it in the room.
Okay, there you go. All right, so Friday, there was a historic meeting between Putin and Trump. There were many people frustrated because when the meeting was over, there was not a lot of information regarding the meeting. It was 4.5 hours long, I believe, and people were frustrated by not having answers. And I think we should have maybe not expected too many answers. Trump only met with Putin, not Zelensky. But tell me what's in the news today, Marshall. Why are people optimistic? Even hesitantly optimistic?
Today, people are
I didn't ask
disgusting,
you, sir.
have no moral fiber
I
in
didn't ask you, Marshall. Don't let
Scarlett,
brains and really be ruined by jerks, please.
We'll be back in a little bit. We're talking about the news. Scarlett, all I was simply saying is that no one has any backbone. They don't have any moral character. They don't have anything that they stand on. They sit up and virtue signal, and then they also share modern privileges with a two-time fucking rapist who took fucking girls who were unsuspecting off Craigslist, brutally raped them,
Marshall.
and then sex trafficked them like a fucking movie taken. Yeah, you don't want to talk about JB because he's your buddy, right, Marshall? Yeah, you don't want to talk about JB because he's your best friend.
Yeah, thank you, Scarlett. I had to step away from my phone. Appreciate that.
You can't do that. You can't invite Rich on the stage and step away from your phone. He's one of the accounts that needs moderation.
Okay.
Because he can't moderate himself.
Now I can hear everybody. I'm sorry.
Welcome back, Anson. We were talking about Trump's meeting on Friday with Putin, and then I asked Marshall, what is making people tentatively optimistic today? I missed something.
I'll talk about that in my opening remarks, but go ahead, Marshall, if you want to start the conversation now, go ahead.
So since we're looking for historical corollaries, I'm searching my mind for times it took times in our history that it took multiple meetings for peace. And I think the Korean War was one such war, if I recall correctly. It took some time to get some peace in. And the banana wars in the early 1920s, when the Marine Corps derived their small wars manual from, I think was a set of wars, if I recall correctly, that had multiple meetings without ending them. And so off the top of my head, those are the two questions I would have in our history would be the Spanish-American War, and how that panned out, and then turning around and looking at the rest of history,
one of the questions I would have would be, does the Napoleonic War have a similar issue of peace? Did the American Civil War actually have similar issue of peace? I know, for example, in the American Civil War, the North and the South each believed the war would last for no longer than 2 years, and it drug on for 5. And so those might be examples in which peace was tried and peace was hard to come to. Since we're looking for historical examples, that's what I can dig off the top of my head. I've got a bunch of history books, so I'll look through those and see if I can find any other examples.
Well, Jane.
But that's really what's going on. We have this.
What?
Do you like Anson?
He's a talker. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't really dislike anybody on this app. I think everybody plays their little part in a giant cog, and to dislike or like somebody is irrelevant, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just curious,
Yeah, this is one giant communication puzzle. And if you don't, you know, that's like saying, I don't like this puzzle piece.
You're ugly.
This puzzle piece is ugly to me.
I will not play with you.
I will not play with this puzzle piece.
Fine.
Don't want to play with this puzzle piece anymore. Putting it away, putting it in the box, putting the box under the bed, dusting off the floor.
Get off my property. We'll see you later.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
I'll set the stage for that in another discussion. And as far as historical context, Marshall, it just popped into my mind. And this is, this is more Trump bullshit to a degree. But, there has been a peace treaty between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and that was the 30-year war. And there's been some kind of peace negotiated in Chicago.
That seems like an interesting corollary. Noting the 35 years of fighting both those places, it makes me think of the high Middle Ages, 30 Years' War, after the 100 Years' War.
And the Napoleonic War.
Yeah.
And World War II, World War I. And, so, yeah, we go for it took a long time to get there, but when we got there, it broke very fast. Are we seeing a possible breakthrough in recent days? And I'll go ahead and open. I've already given an overview. But as I listened to, first of all, Zelensky and Trump, the optics of that meeting was 180 degrees from what happened last week. So there was obvious progress made in the optics between those two guys, and Vance didn't have to weigh in and give Zelensky a lecture on his dress and all that kind of stuff. Then when the Europeans, Trump and Zelensky, Trump was pretty articulate for Trump. There was a minimum exaggeration, hyperbole, bullshit Trump usually spews out. But he was pretty, he says, I think we have a chance here. We're not there yet, but I think we have a chance. And the chance, he said, is a continuation of the chances that he evidently observed in his 3-hour meeting. Now, I'm going to also say that when I watched that press conference last Friday, I was ready to throw a shoe at the TV. There should never have been a press conference. He should never have been allowed to give the speech that he gave about American, Soviet, Russian relations. That was, there should be, we wanted to have a press, Trump should have not allowed Putin to have a press conference. He should have sent him back to Russia and let him have his own press conference. And Trump should have said, we made some progress, I can't talk about it, but we sure as hell aren't there yet, but more will follow in the coming days and weeks, and I'm still committed to giving it my best shot. That's the way that disaster on Friday should have been, in my view. Today was a whole different tone. And when the Europeans assembled around the conference table, the reporters were there, and TV cameras were moving, all the Europeans, plus Zelensky, had an opportunity to give brief remarks as to what they anticipated would happen in the meeting that is now a closed door meeting that is still going on. And there was a real positive, meaningful unity, I felt, in those brief remarks. We'll have to see what the outcome is. But the bottom line, the points that they are discussing, and after they report out, and we could have to follow this from the zone, but after they report out, I suspect that Trump and maybe other leaders will answer brief questions from the press, maybe not. But Trump specifically said that he is going to immediately call Putin to report the results of the conference that is being held today. And after that, he is going to push hard for an immediate, within the next week or so, trilateral conference with Putin, Zelensky, and Trump at the table. And Trump also said, I really don't want to be there, and I would prefer that just you two, speaking to Zelensky, you and Putin hold that meeting. But if we not just by handshakes and nods of agreement, but by treaties. Not a NATO treaty, not allowing Ukraine into NATO, but having a treaty between Europe, America, and Ukraine in terms of Article 5 like security agreements including at least the European boots on the ground. On the whatever battle lines are concluded, whatever territorial agreements are reached between Ukraine and Russia, will there be European troops on the ground as on a lasting basis, much like we've had American troops in Europe since World War II and in Korea, would be European, long-term European troops on the ground to prevent Russia from restarting its aggression. If they do that, my God, is that history making? So, that's enough preaching. Leaders, you guys to ask questions, whatever, and see if we can reach some kind of consensus. And I put a poll on this, or silly poll, but see if we can find a consensus. Pick something else and put it in the chat, what you think the outcome will be in the coming days, weeks, months. I'll turn it over to you guys.
Scarlett, what do you think?
Steve and I already had a discussion.
And some, I just have an expression that I enjoy, and I think it kind of reframes everything. It's that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the entire universe. So the way that things have played out between Trump and Putin and the entire, television broadcast and information and all that. I mean, I just like that saying that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And I think peace and greater stability is right around the corner.
That is my hope and my inspiration. And we can break China as well, but as you also heard me say, now, if Europe truly steps up and shoulders a much greater burden than they have, not just in their military spending, but in what I think of as the geopolitical stability in the world. If Europe shoulders a greater burden and stops their extraordinary over-reliance on American protection, that would be history making in and of itself, if it sticks and if it's sustained. I mean, Europe today spends 17% on defense, 40% on their social fabric, and that, Europe needs to change that. And Gerald King from Fox said, over the last 10 years, and he gives Trump some credit, and I believe it's deserved, Trump blustered and threatened to withdraw from NATO and all that in his first term. But today, Europe has in fact agreed to and are in fact spending the money to get up to 5% of GDP for defense. And now Europe is seemingly ready to put boots on the ground in Ukraine as a security guarantee. Not ask for American boots to be on the ground, but Europe to put boots on the ground as a security guarantee in the event not just of the ceasefire, but in the event of a true peace treaty between Ukraine and Russia. That's pretty important stuff.
One of the things in this whole thing that I don't think anyone's really discussed, and I'm not sure the level or implications that came from it, but there was a lot of talk about NGOs that was getting American USAID money, permitting
first station I was in, so very happy. Nothing, back and forth Twitter a little bit over the weekend. When I sent you, you call set up the time we could maybe talk on the podcast. So, should be podcast, I sent you a link via email, so kind of sign up for anything that you're doing, and kind of put it online. Give me a call back, I appreciate it. My 779-915-0981. That's pretty much what's going on every schedule as we need to, so. Thank you.
I think the biggest leverage right now, Hanson, in my mind, would be where Putin has been able to keep capital flowing through India and China with the sale of the natural gas and the oil to fund this whole operation to keep the economy from just going totally in the tank. I think right there is probably the biggest lever they have.
I had an interesting private group conversation with my friend Tiger, Chinese and about that. And of course he is China's Sino-centric, etc. But he's 30 years old, PhD in computer science, Chinese national, works in Silicon Valley, blah, blah, blah. He believes that sanctions have run their course, and there's not much left of the Western Union, the steam in the Western Union from sanctions alone on anybody is not a very significant point of leverage against Putin. I'm not sure about that, but what else does the West have in terms of real leverage against beyond economic sanctions and moralizing? And I still believe that the threat, the possibility of Russia losing Ukraine, and that presupposes that Putin holds fast to where he's not going to get what he's asking for. Or will continue if he pushes for that. But if he backs off enough that peace is possible with significant land, at least de facto, given up by Ukraine, not de jure, but de facto. I hope everybody understands what I mean by that. And maybe we'll see peace.
It blows my mind that people will come on this app though, and if you tell them that a peace treaty is a possibility, it's like a gaslight to people. And that I cannot understand why people would allow themselves to get gaslit by hearing that a peace treaty is possible.
Well, that's because most of the people come on this app with preconceived, very strong, highly partisan, vicious opinions, never to be swayed from saying. So, everybody gets gaslit from one side to the other. And we don't need to find compromise even on Clubhouse. So,
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at what the Irish Times is putting out, or what New York Times put out, they say that Trump is Krasnov, and he's an early Soviet um, espionage victim, and that all of this is Putin blackmail. It's, to me, it's insane, but I think the war machine will put out counter narratives to try to prolong the war, create suspicion, cause more chaos, and I know most Americans want peace, but there's always that element of a wild card or a freak radical that refuses peace. And the videos coming out of Kiev with all of the drone bombings, it's unbelievable. And I like to think they're going to have a peace deal. But part of me thinks that the status quo is a 99.9% chance. So it is literally a 0.1% chance that a peace deal or peace in our times is possible. Because it does seem like war is the status quo. And especially, I don't know, it just seems like the status quo.
Well, I think in general, I think war is the same. War is the way the world has worked ever since humans first walked the earth. I kind of think of war has always been a means to settle disputes. We like to try to figure out ways other than that to do it, but that's getting into deep philosophy beyond specifically what's going to happen today, tomorrow, in the coming days and weeks, and maybe months. But there's a chance, we'll wait and see. And it'll be interesting to see how the media handles today after everything closes down in the White House later on this afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and close. Go ahead.
Nancy, I remember you being very frustrated on Friday that there was so little information after the 4.5 meeting. But today it seems like you're cautiously okay. Am I reading that right? And what changed?
You're absolutely reading it right. Because the Trump audacity said we made great progress, but he didn't give any example whatsoever. So was that just Trump BS, or did they really make progress? Today, it seems, based on what Woodcock has said over the weekend, what Trump said before the press today, that Putin maybe, just maybe, has agreed to meaningful security guarantees for Ukraine to prevent a restart of Russian aggression. He hasn't been specific on that, but he has agreed in principle to allowing the West to provide such security guarantees. If that happens, that is a major, major step forward to achieving peace. We don't know if it's going to happen. And Europe, the assembled people in Europe speaking before the press, before they went private, showed more unity than I've ever seen in such gatherings in terms of European unity, not only in their aspirations of peace. They didn't moralize for peace today. They demonstrated the willingness to put their money and their treasure and their military, as weak as it may be, to put that on the table and join on the with boots on the ground and money in the bank to sustain strong, it won't be NATO guarantees, but NATO-like guarantees between
hour. Short and sweet, I'll make it work too. And more people might be tempted to listen to a 20-minute room than an hour long or 2 hour long one. So thank you for hosting today, and I look forward to your room tomorrow.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close the room, guys, and, you guys, take care, and, I'll probably open it back up tomorrow and see what takes place.
It's not that they want their kids at football matches. I think that the women want to just like have their hair out. My question is for Scotty. Scotty, do you wear a hijab?
No, but look, Ewan, while that's a normal sentiment from Iranian women at the end of the day, no one's.
Do you wear?
I know that's a weird question.
Another stupid.
If you're being troll, at least be funny, man. You're not funny, bro. You're not funny.
Oh no, okay.
So right here, you're waiting on that.
I'm waiting on it. I think they're thirsty this year. They keep calling me.
Did you go last year?
I want to buy a package. I've been both years.
Be an online friend to be concerned.
Look at who's in the audience. So this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Talking about.
He's ready to send his speak. You have exactly 60 seconds to say what you have to say. It better not be rude or out of line, or you will be dropped. So go ahead. 60 seconds.
Sure, I'd like to take this 60 seconds by reading a little poem from the Tao Te Ching.
No.
We are showing.
What's up, Josh? Well,
Yo, what's up?
What up,
yeah,
gentlemen?
busy, man, so I haven't been speaking for the last like hour. I've been super busy doing stuff, but.
He said something that I didn't understand what he said. I'm so curious to know. I don't know if you heard, but.
No, I didn't hear anything, man. Been too busy, like I said. What do you think he said?
I don't know. Because I was like, this reality is absurd. The world needs to help Israel. Because this is an abusive existence.
Dude, Obamacare in Massachusetts was the same thing as Obamacare. It was like the same fucking thing.
Mama, do you get a lot of value out of trolling?
Man, we're talking about like the something. Anytime Hancock and
like states
You know my name, right? Baby girl, Scarlett. The fuck? You mad? Bitch, I would have had 10 times.
Oh no, my finger slipped. I am so clumsy.
Why you gonna be so rude? Butterfingers. Are we doing that?
You act like a jungle creature. You will be treated like the jungle creature, and that's fine, no problem. I'd like to have a conversation, but I don't know if Corinne has the ability. How's your day, Nets?
Oh,
He's on vacay.
I just wanted to say that our next replay should definitely be philosophy. I'm casting my vote now.
John, we should also talk about home decor.
What philosophy focused do you like to see?
I think a lot of the international commitments. And the second thing is, it's clear to me that other than the theater in Israel, Trump is actually reducing the global footprint.
Let me see. I have to look at the results. What if I don't like any of the above? I mean,
Common option.
yeah. I'll have to think about that one.
So to be more willing to engage directly in the Ukraine theater is not steering back by evidence, right? The second possibility, which is the only other one left, is that they have made a tacit agreement with the Russians that linguistically they can offer a guarantee, which Putin is willing to say that are not violent in the short term. And having that assurance, Trump is relaying that message to the European counterparts, and maybe making a gesture, so-called security guarantee. And I think that's more credible because actually, if you're looking at the unilateral actions by the Russians, it's not clear to me they even have the appetite to actually further engage Ukraine and taking over not even the eastern
I was just gonna say the same thing. Hey, I'm
It's not clear to me that they're so interested in advancing to the Kharkiv and Sumy region, even if
Pretty
it was,
good. How are you?
or the right bank of Syria. I think police try to do all of it, they have not done so. Even though they have some encouragement, they have not engaged in full-scale invasion of those marches. So what's likely is that there is the role of the Russia is to keep a lot of the territories, with the possibility that the security guarantee even would involve Russian troops, which is another way of saying they are trying to guarantee the neutrality of Ukraine as a condition of the halting of hostility from the Russian side. So that might be what's happening, though it's unclear to me that I think Zelensky got what he wants in terms of the dignity of having made some concessions from Trump so that he's more gracefully accepting a ceasefire, even at a loss strategically. So that's a possibility. But I think another very important thing to ask is, do Europeans actually know what they're doing, right? Do they want to position themselves in a moral position and continue to support the Ukrainians to maintain their sovereignty and territorial integrity, which, as I've said, I don't think they have a very good moral standing, or they're just, without a sense of
They don't have a very good moral standing, Tiger. I don't understand that. I'm sure you recognize.
Yeah, I'm
They're concerned, as I'm sure you, particularly in the United States, that this sets precedent for their communities if allowed, and the world community, Russia to be set the precedent that we're going to allow Russia to enter their sovereignty and take okay, wait, let me finish answering the question. So how can you suggest that they don't really have a moral standing on all of this? Because the same standing that applies to them as does now apply to Ukraine from their facilities.
The reason I said they don't have a moral standing is that I've seen recent cases in the past that there are interpreted by many other countries, probably not in the West, but most of the global South countries as influence, right? And that's not going to change.
Give me one example so folks understand what you're talking about.
Well, for example, there are invasion of countries in the Western African continent, right? Their involvement in Israel, actually, they're shipping up arms to enable the Israelis.
What
that's
do you think of vulnerability?
From the global South point of view, like in China, for example,
talking to myself on data with Steve Compton on this very subject, geopolitics. And my conversation with you, how long ago was that? We're doing the right thing, which is letting Europe stand up to Russia. I think letting Israel stand up to the Middle East as we should. Turning our attention to our only serious rival, potential adversary, but not really, I don't think, unnecessary, China.
Other nations Europe is hypocritical, that there's not hypocrisy in their government?
It doesn't matter, but what I'm saying is, if you say,
why doesn't it matter? Why doesn't it matter?
You can say that countries like China do not have a moral standing to accuse other people. Which, China never positions itself to be countries. China is one country, right? But what's funny is that
China has like human rights violations over nations.
Well, that's what it's about. That's not China, right? That's different. Because I said I was going to address all of these things, and in many ways I think I'm just saying, right? If you don't point to fingers, then you don't have to position yourself as the big guy. You don't have to be the most moral country.
So because there is hypocrisy in administration, because France has no standing to discuss the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Is that your argument?
No, I think France has all its sovereignty to discuss issues that will not be
Yes, I am lost and I'm sure I are as well as to why you even raise that issue.
Yeah, I watch about your so my personal is even though position
Syria, I have no idea what's going on in Iraq.
The second thing, which is more practical, is that even though you have a thickness that by stopping the Russian invasion of Ukraine, safeguarding its own safety, that is also not true because if you compare the situation of Europe back in 1994, for example, or 1998, their security in terms of the buffers they have against Russians have increased, not decreased. Even though if they lose the battlefield of Ukraine, they still have a buffer state of Western Ukraine, not to mention the Baltic states, not to mention that the Finnish government
Okay, Tiger, I gotta let you go. You've talked way too long already, but I gotta tell you, what you're really good at, really good at, and I have to congratulate you, is to redirect the discussion
from the discussion at hand to talk about all of the horrible things
Anson, did you
the
hear
Western
Ann
world,
Coulter's interview with the
democracies
trigonometry
of the world
host?
stand for. So you use any discussion that we are having.
How do you feel about Ann Coulter?
To that. And you're good at it. You're very good at it. And so I give you credit for it, but enough is enough. Howard, are you there or are you on the phone?
Sometimes I laugh, but
I think Howard's on the phone. Meryl, you got my irony before with Marshall. Would you like to explain it to him?
Of course I can. And in the first place, sarcasm is practically never
She
racial.
is not an entity that in 2015, 2016, the spring,
Sarcastic.
she was asked on a liberal stage, I don't know what stage it was, nor my,
What did I write? I think I
who
said
do
that.
you see of the Republican nominees right now who would be president? And she said, Donald Trump. And everybody laughed at her.
I think that it's just
And then he became president. So I think calling her a wingnut, if she's accurate, might be not generous. But you can.
And I'm thinking, what? Huh? What? And then you wrote out exactly what I was thinking.
I just, like I said, sometimes
Unapologetically, unapologetically fiery.
It really does. I think sarcasm is an appropriate way to respond, and it's not wasted. Now, Scotty asked a question about, or brought up the fact that there are many people who are pro-Russia, and he wondered about that, and you kind of hinted about it, talked about it a little bit, just hinted at it. I think everybody has to look at it in a big picture. These are MAGA people. Trump was always pro-Russia. His introduction to them, their introduction, their meeting him in 2016 was that he was pro-Russia. He's always been. And these are some of the MAGA people are people who he appealed to had nothing to do with politics. He appealed to Mexico, paying for the wall, different things. And then they all of a sudden now attach themselves to whatever he says and whatever he believes. And there's no way for anybody to perceive, in my opinion, Trump as ever being anything but pro-Russia. So I have an issue with that. Regarding all the people that came with him today, this is people, Zelensky, aren't himself with people who know what they're talking about. These aren't people that are real estate investors that were talking to Putin. These are people that know their stuff. They know what they're talking about. And they know the commitment they're going to have to make. They also are smart enough to know whether we can trust Trump. So Trump, what he did with Putin the other day, that is not. If anybody thinks that giving him that hero slot when he is a war criminal,
do you think that they're going to make it? Do you think that number one, Ukraine would agree, and number two, that Russia would settle for? I think it's honestly a terrible idea for Russia to keep everything that they've captured thus far. Like, they've got all those natural resources.
Even the land that it took during Obama's presidency.
But he also put in, he had his own vehicles there. Putin did. Why in the world would Trump put him in?
Somebody mentioned to me that they were losing 20,000 people a
about
week.
what Trump did.
I don't know if this is Russians or Ukrainians or both.
When it comes to negotiations,
Yeah, and I don't know
what
about
he's talking
Ukraine.
about, it's already
Somebody was saying
it's
20,000.
already
I don't know how I can
it's already pretty much what Putin wanted.
All right.
And
Well, it's a lot of
he
people.
just didn't gauge the response that he was going to get from the world. He did not, even Fox, I think he didn't support how he Europe's welcome to Putin. And I don't think that Trump really prepared himself for the fact that now we're going to have some real talks. And he doesn't know what he's talking about. And Marco Rubio saying, well, you know, we've done security this and security that. What people say in the arena and what is actually memorialized in writing is that there's a big difference. And we have to see memorialized. I cannot stress
I
that
also
enough.
saw an interesting
That is a legal
poll
binding agreement.
on
Now,
Fox
do we ever trust Trump
that
to
in
do something like he has
2022,
said he's going to do? I'm not sure on this one. I
79%
want
of
to see this
Ukraine
one,
said
how this
fight
one
until
lays out.
we win.
I also think that Putin
And
will wait 3
20%
years
or
and
whatever said
take a
peace
chance
now.
on who's
That
going to
has
be the
been
president in 3 years.
Recently
So
turned on
I
its head,
just,
where
this whole
almost
thing,
80%
I'm holding my
say
breath. I think it is so horrible.
we have
But I'm
to
glad that
cede
Zelensky
land,
came.
and
I didn't
we
even
need
care
peace
about the
now,
suit. He made a
essentially,
real good point with
at
it.
almost
He said,
any
I promised
price,
everybody I
and
would wear a
only
suit
20%
until the war was
say
over.
keep
Till my
fighting
people weren't
until
fighting
we
war.
win.
I have no
So
problem.
I don't know,
So he
how
wore
a
a suit, but
referendum
he
would
brought
go.
people with
Yeah.
him.
And there's no,
People who knew
there's
he
no
needed, they needed to go
rationality
because they
to
knew,
believe
they
that
saw the direction
Russia
Trump was
would
going.
retreat
And they want to make sure
to
that Trump
2014
understands
values.
there are people in
Well, I
this
think
world
We
who
can
know what
moralize
they're
all we
talking
want to
about,
about it, and we
and
can
Trump
be
doesn't.
morally correct and
I'm
demanding
sorry.
that they
Thank
do
you.
so. But that,
I was
that
thinking,
has no
I was thinking,
reality in the real world. I think just
I
happen
think that's,
without
some talking something back up.
overwhelming
I was
contribution
thinking when the president
of military
said,
power
I
in
resolved
Russia
this war.
by NATO.
And it just, everybody's
Right.
thinking, okay, this is just.
Correct. I don't know. I think not only economically for Ukraine, but giving Russia control of the Black Sea, giving Russia control of all of those resources, they're going to control a lot of the energy for all of Europe, and I just don't know that that's a good idea either.
National Guard troops in Washington and how in 2 days crime has ended in Washington because of him. He speaks with a degree of seriousness, and I don't know whether that's a reaction or whether he really believes this. It's interesting to try to analyze that. But can you imagine if the previous president of the United States sat in the Oval Office with world leaders and declared, I resolved 6 wars? Well, people were going crazy that, once again, Joe Biden, he's losing more marbles. It's just unbelievable that this guy can say it, and nobody says he's losing marbles. Maybe he isn't. And maybe Biden did, or maybe Biden didn't lose some of his marbles along the way. I don't know. But the way, TJ, you're having real trouble restraining yourself. I don't understand why, but you have to wait until we get to you. And so if you
look
keep
at how
interrupting,
South Korea has
we'll
prospered.
remove
They've
from the
never
state.
really
These are the rules.
heeded the land of North Korea, but
I
meanwhile,
just find that
they've
really
developed
interesting.
magnificently. They're like a Western nation. Same as Japan.
We treat our respect or our
Ukraine
response
is not really a part of Europe,
this
and that is
president
an incredibly
when he makes these phone
corrupt and
calls.
sort of
Remember, he said on 3 different occasions
kleptocracy.
publicly
So
he
all
was
that
going
can
to
change. They
Russia
can
to
really
meet
join
with
Europe.
Putin
They
when
can
it was
really get
Alaska. And we all say,
protection
well,
agreement.
he just
And they can
misspoke
become
himself,
a
which we all
Western
do.
nation if this is what
But
they want.
Biden
They
never
can
said
in the
that.
West.
Thank you,
That would be a
Meryl,
big win.
and we're now going to
Even though they lost this war, they can win the peace.
Hi, Gary. Hi, Marshall. Want to know Mariel? Gary, how are you today?
I am good, but I'm getting better.
How do you
Thank you very much. Is the pressure now on Putin? I think that the more pressure is on President Zelensky as a patriot, giving up
to have a rational agreement with people with moral
Russia
auras of
just for peace.
are
I
unable
think that
to grasp
Putin
the reality that human beings
finally
have been
accept
settling big disputes for what,
suggestion
70,000 years?
of President
and
Trump.
counting.
But something here
how do you achieve
very shocked me that
geostrategic stability?
why President Trump clapped in Alaska.
I won't go out on a limb and say that the
I
simple
think
fact
that
that we have not had a
when you
war since
when you are presenting land to Russia, there's no need to clap
says
for
something
Putin.
about geostrategic stability
There's
in the
no
long
need to
term
clap for Putin
with
as a dictator.
organizations such as NATO, despite
You know,
all the ups and
Putin
downs and arguments and all that. We We have had peace in
the
Europe.
tenor of President Biden
Remarkable. And the threat of
attacked
imagine
Ukraine
this,
because
if nuclear weapons did not exist,
the authority of President Biden neglected
and all we had was
the
conventional deterrence.
danger of President Putin.
Communism. Would Europe
And now,
be free
I think that
unity today without
we
overlying
or
attacks provided by America
Western
to a small
authority
European nuclear weapons? That's
must
philosophical to me.
gain advantage. Okay. Thanks.
Hey, David,
So, chat, we'll see at this timestamp, whatever it is,
Yes.
when we end this room.
Must gain
It's a
more
replay
advantages
from earlier.
from
It was
politics.
short and sweet, about a 30-minute room.
From
Covered
President
the highlights and our
when
hopes
you
for
are
a positive
presenting
outcome.
1/5
I know Friday,
territorial
Norm, you
integrity
were
of
kind of annoyed and irritated too
Ukraine to
by
Russia.
the lack of information coming out of the 4.5-hour meeting. Are you more hopeful today, or the same amount
Sorry
of
that I
irritated
cannot
and annoyed,
speak
or what?
fluently and accurately because
Don't worry about it. Certain I can speak for him.
because
He's like, I am.
despite I am
He finally got
the
it.
only one Iranian
About
which
what
fulfilled the 2 times 100% English language test in university in the track exam, but in the period of jail, I must be exerted head electroshock. This
Alright,
is
so we have a choice, because they really don't want to
accurately.
turn off the replays. I'd rather end the room and create a non-recording room for social, or we continue on like this. But, Sandy, what would you like to do?
And if it
We
helps
can,
you to
turn off the replays
regain
and start a
your
social if you want.
skills,
Well, I was gonna say start a new room.
you're
Yeah,
more
so
than
yeah.
welcome to come up to the stage
Yeah, keep the
and
replay and
express yourself
start it. That's what I
anytime.
meant.
We all understand the
I just saw
situation.
here too,
We all
did you
work
see
with
that,
understanding. So don't worry about it.
Zelensky dismissed the plans
To
for
your point about
between
the
Trump and Putin?
applause and the
Warning
red
them.
carpet, I'll just point out that when the head of NATO, the heads of 3 European nations, in addition to the head of Ukraine, also a European nation, came to the White House.
I heard him complaining about it before.
With a red carpet
Maybe it's an old article.
outside
It just popped up.
the
That's
White House,
that's
and the President of the United States walking out and applauding Mr. Zelensky as he walked up the red carpet. So it's not just by happenstance that we saw what we saw in Alaska, and that's why I reject the previous observation, which others may agree with, and I agree with me, that's fine, that that's meaningless. I don't think it's meaningless at all. It sends a message to the world, and the world is not making
And I would like your feedback on the Ann Coulter interview with trigonometry. I don't think Norm was there in his,
the history with the Russian Empire after World War II with Stalin and the USSR.
You know what? While we're on authority, the owners, like any other pointers, the owners are very corrupt. Like they very.
Europe understands that, but at the same time, they were kind of lazy as hell, right?
and
You know, after World War II,
they talked about her
the U.S. was providing all the security abroad, and so Mr. Trump likely, you know, has asked them to have NATO.
if they don't, are xenophobic,
European
if
part of
they
NATO
prefer to have someone from America who's been here for a couple generations, serve as leader of our country. There's cultural concerns that she said that I don't feel embarrassed saying that I have cultural concerns. And so they pushed her hard, and they Valencia highly favored.
What's going on, serendipity? What's going on, man?
Hey, good to eat out here.
Yeah, doing well.
How's the princess?
She's great. She's great. Just, robbing my wallet now, so it's all good.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do.
She's like, now she's still got it halfway in that toy phase. So she goes, she's getting the toy. She goes, you know what? I'm gonna be buying from Sephora later, so you'll replace the toys with the stuff from Sephora. I was like, great. And she has all this money that my father gives her whenever he sees her. I'm like, why don't you pay? And then she starts crying, like, why should I pay? Why should I'm like, wait a minute, you've got like $6,000, $7,000 saved up. She goes, I'm saving for something big. I'm like, I'm spending all this money. And they spend 100, 200 something. She's like, no. I'm saving for something. Because
They have the same job.
yeah, she's gonna say okay next year, so she's like, oh, I need a backpack. Your backpack's totally fine. I need a backpack, okay? And she needs to do it. She's like 6 Stanleys. I'm like, what the hell? Stanleys are glorified coffee mug. It's like a coffee mug at 6 with a regular bottle. And it's like, what the hell? Like, why are people so excited that she's like, they're buying 6 Stanleys and what they want, they have a wallet. Like, what the hell's a wallet? And she's like, oh, it's another bottle. I said, it's for water. A bottle's good, doesn't matter what bottle you use. It's ridiculous. So, why am I spending money on this pleasure while I'm finishing off what she says? That's not ridiculous. Now I understand why people went to these young age marriages and become someone else's problem.
The reason he killed Bobby Kennedy was because Kennedy supported.
Oh my God, serendipity is pushing for PlayStation. I mean, can you believe it?
And in the chat, sleep in both books. And with that, we're now at 5:57.
Cash, if you're listening, serendipity, contact her.
At the top of the hour, which is now, I guess, going to have to time so that everyone on the stage gets an opportunity to see my now move along with Frank.
All right.
It's been night, everybody. It's midnight when you're in Germany. Kitover is west of Coast.
Naveen, I'm wondering if I can convince you to donate to the campaign to elect John Kitover. I've partnered with Ann today. We're going to unite her walkaway movement with the campaign to elect John. Naveen, are you interested in making a donation to the campaign today?
John, what are you running for?
The 16th district in Illinois for Congress against Darren LaHood, a rhino vaccinologist super debt creator.
Wait, I heard that Adams is going for LaHood.
Correct. Dr. Adams is a treacherous femboy on this app, and he has joined with the LaHood campaign to fight me. But we are going to defeat both of those dragons.
Who's the Republican?
Darren LaHood, and I'm running as a Republican against Darren in the primary. We need your petition, signature, financial support now. Primary guy John. That's the right name.
Okay. Interesting, yeah. So is it just be direct with me, is it a red, like, by supporting you, or supporting any Republican, is it a district that can be won, or is it like something that's always been blue, but we're hoping to flip it?
No, it's always been red, but it could be flipped by a Democrat. You never really know. But this guy, Darren, has $12 million in the bank. We've got $520 from Clubhouse.
You can do it.
Well, we need your shekels. You get a lot of federal Navy contracts. We need you to help pass around a couple clown house shekels. Help the campaign. We're fighting Darren LaHood the Dragon. And if Dr. Adams is supporting him, I think it's a good bet to bet on John, not Dr. Adams. Thank you.
Monica. Are we in the show?
it's an academic question.
This is so weird. Like, you're gonna want this revolution. Everybody's gonna be having a grand time, talking, you know, sharing about do you dare to go there, you know.
We put them, we, the world community, including the United States, put them in that position because we convinced them to give up their nuclear arsenal in exchange for a guarantee that they would not be invaded. And then they were invaded once, and now they're invaded a second time, and the people will say, well, too bad, it's a fait accompli, and we should be giving him arms to protect himself.
Really?
This is kind of like,
I don't know who you're talking about.
Alice Smith in the looking glass, right? It's like, by what measure does this make any sense?
A guy that reports race.
Russia invade and stuff. And now we go to the gentleman who's always a delight on the stage. Now he's using the nickname Congressman in the anticipation of his tremendous victory and becoming a congressman representing the great state of Illinois. John, it's all yours.
Hey Gary, thanks for having me up. That's correct. I'm running in the 16th District of Illinois versus Darren LaHood, a rhinologist, vaccinologist, super debt creator. And I put some queries into Grok that I'd like to share with you to help summarize the past 72 hours of Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, and Zelensky, as well as what type of weapon systems and soldiers might be deployed to Ukraine in the event that a security guarantee is made. So this is the past 72 hours. Trump met with Putin on 8/16, urged no ceasefire needed, pushed Zelensky on 8/18 in a White House meeting with the EU to cede Crimea, drop NATO, accept land swaps for peace, offer US security guarantees, plans trilateral talks. Zelensky seeks guarantees, rejects concessions. The next 30 days. Trilateral meeting by early September. Possible prisoner release and ceasefire. Full deal elusive due to territorial disputes, but US pressure may yield Ukrainian compromises. This is the next query. Hey Grok, if the US gives Ukraine security guarantees and deploys US soldiers to Ukraine, what are the top 10 most likely weapon systems and US military units to deploy to Kiev and other areas of Ukraine? In a hypothetical US deployment to Ukraine for security guarantees, focusing on defense in Kiev and key regions, the top 10 most likely weapon systems and units based on expert analysis like RAND reports would be Patriot air defense systems, HIMARS rocket artillery, F-35 stealth fighters, Abrams tanks, Apache attack helicopters, the 82nd Airborne Division, the 101st Airborne Division, the 10th Mountain Division, Special Forces groups, and air defense artillery brigades. So as a candidate congressman running in Illinois who believes we should cut the National Defense Authorization Act and our national military industrial complex by $200 billion a year, I am against the U.S. sending any soldiers or military equipment and any additional funding to Ukraine, and I hope that these trilateral talks over the next 30 days can bring peace. Thanks, Gary. I hope that was complete.
Thank you, John. That was probably an accurate assessment by Grok, but I just want to point out that today, Les, you're going to love this. I asked Grok, did Sirhan assassinate Robert F. Kennedy because of his support for Israel? And Grok's response was, Robert F. Kennedy was not assassinated. And so, in this case, I guess Grok may have been spot on, but folks, be very careful about simply relying on AI to get our responses. AI is a good starting point, but they don't always show the resources. You know, there's no footnote, no link to the resources. And when there is, you should click on those and then make your own assessments on whether you accept the veracity of the resources to which they are referring the AI programs before quoting it. And if they don't show the reference, ask a follow-up question. What's your reference for your response? And make the program tell you. Because it's really, really dangerous to just accept it at face value. In this case, listening carefully to what John was saying, I think was pretty accurate. David, TJN, Daniel, and Howard will get the last word. Okay.
Andrew, I'm not sure if it matters either, but Sirhan was also an Orthodox Christian Palestinian.
Yeah, he was a Christian Palestinian, yeah.
Yeah. So, that'll be all I did. Yeah, I think the first zone with Putin in Alaska, Gary, clearly highlighted the driver's seat that Putin finds himself in. And, the more time that he's bought from Trump with regard to the fact that they didn't even really arrive at anything. It was an ops campaign by Putin. We let Putin back into the sunlight of Western nations, validating his position as the premier leader of Russia, everything he's done in Ukraine. So we should have given him that win. And his Russian media has lapped this up, and far from painting him as the pariah, he's seen more as a national hero now than ever. If the media is to be believed over there. So he's got the wind in his sails. Zelensky's on the ropes. If this was a prize fight, we'd have to come up with something quick for Zelensky. Putin's always, Gary, as you know, even he championed this manifesto that he wrote in the run-up to his invasion of Ukraine, where he basically sees Ukraine as a Russian asset, part of the Russian Empire, going back centuries. He sees Ukraine as well as the other Baltic nations, I think, as well, that fall under the NATO umbrella. So the fact that he's buying time, he's really seeing, I think he has his sights on the whole country, not just these border disputes or these areas that he wants in the negotiations. So I think if we look at his writings and his intent, he's not going to stop until he gobbled up every last piece of that country. And I think he wants to get Zelensky out of the way. I think the longer Zelensky languishes with this war unresolved, his popularity may dwindle where he may be replaced. Who knows? Which would be bad for the country, because I think he's fought valiantly given the resources that we've provided and the heroic effort that his country has waged against creation. But the other thing I want to bring up, Gary, and I've heard it argued that if Trump isn't further sanctioning Putin in a way that would cause real pain to his country, and clearly this has not been a free ride for Putin at all, irrespective of the military economy that his country's enjoyed. There's a loss of manpower, the million plus victims of this war, plus the injuries. But it's argued that Trump's finance crypto company, led by Steve Witkoff's son Zach Witkoff and his son Eric, World Liberty Finance, is being used as a shell to receive compensation from dictators, world leaders, and the like. And some have argued that Trump is being bought off via crypto, where he's able to leverage the influence of the White House. And it's very difficult to prove because we can't trace the money. We can't trace the transactions. And so it's very difficult to see who's buying influence and at what level with Trump and at what cost. We know that his fortunes have been enriched to the tune of about $2.4 billion with this crypto scheme that has been set up. And so is he being bought? Is he being bought by Putin, and at what level? What else explains the level of cajoling and fun, creating this meetup with Putin as some sort of reunion of sorts between two great powers, fully ignoring the press, the cacophony of press questions that were being leveled at him and Putin regarding when is the killing going to stop? And of course, they might have thrown in there, when are you going to return the orphans, the lost the children, as you alluded to in your opening salvo. So anyway, yeah, I mean, Putin's got a lot going for him with this war so far. Trump is not helping the Ukrainian cause. I think giving this summit with the European leaders and Zelensky, while it looks, more serious than the first go around, where he was basically, embarrassed in the White House by Vance and Trump with the questions that they threw at him. We'll see. I think if anything, the glove's got to come off economically with the sanctions, and we'll see where that goes. I'll land there.
Thank you, David. We'll next go to TJN, and I'll preface it by thanking you for your patience and adherence to the rules. You're up, TJN.
Thank you very much, Gary. Thank you for giving me the floor. Well, where do we start? Okay, we start with the visit at Anchorage. Well, I find it quite ironic that Trump invited Putin in the former Russian territory, which was hilarious. And it was quite badass from the United States to give Putin the awesome show of force of the United States Air Force. That was cool. It's quite customary to welcome world leaders like that. I think it's something which Trump copied from the Saudi Arabians. They've been welcoming Putin and leaders from the United States exclusively in such a manner. And yeah, well, the military parade the United States tried to do wasn't the best, to be honest. But in terms of trying to get its prestige back, in that regard, the air show of the P-2 bombers and the F-35s, I give 5 out of 5. Well done. In terms of the whole, there should be concessions and stuff like that, that's not really going to happen. But, and I don't understand why is it a bad thing for Trump to have good relations with its partner, its neighbor, Russia? Because I think from my point of view, from the global south point of view, isn't it a good thing to have superpowers, to have dialogue and talk instead of touching each other's toes? Because the less we touch each other's toes, the more cooperation, peace and harmony and actual economic growth of all respective countries involved would be positive than actually touching each other's toes.
So we actually have the Cold War.
Therefore, they have committed crime. They've articulated it. They have a reasonable cause to ask me for my ID that I have to produce. I'm a choice because I possibly committed a crime. They just can't randomly go to strangers and go, "Need your ID?" And she made a lot of money from the book too. And the book wasn't the total. Actually, it was complete.
Did somebody say Toyra?
Oh God,
Toyra. We're gonna teach us some Toyra.
Wow, a room finally where Palestinians are thankful for the IDF liberating them from the Islamic jihadist terrorists that have destroyed their civilization. Wow, I'm so happy to finally be in the final summary room of this multi-year war. This is fantastic. Ribono Shel Olam.
Nice.
B'nai Aliyah. B'nai Aliyah. It's my favorite new word of the day. B'nai Aliyah.
What does it mean?
It's the higher levels of intelligence.
Interesting. Okay. Never heard about it.
Can you speak Arabic, by the way?
It's in the Tanya. El Normo read about it today.
Sorry.
Okej.
Kifale kapitki.
Michał, taki
Pennywise,
can respond
did
back.
you hear El Normo reading the Tanya today, Pennywise?
No, I did not hear that.
Oh, it was beautiful. El Normo, tell them about the magnificent Torah you read.
I don't know what to say. It was just, it was a perfect selection. You invited me to do it, and it changed my day, no doubt about it.
I think Brad down there should probably listen to some of the Tanya, because he's got a lot of anger issues I think he's got to deal with.
Guys, should we read about Lamech? In Genesis, the first polygamist. And
Congress, do you have like
Psalm.
17 iPhones in that PTR on tripods?
You're correctly looking at the PTR. That is the photo that you are viewing. Correct.
A lot of iPhones. Is that how you're running all your streaming services? Yeah, Congress definitely works with them as
Does anyone here know what the word Mossad means in English? It means supreme intelligence.
If it means supreme intelligence, I should be working there.
That's it.
They should be calling me up.
Well, you're in something called Clown House. This is a circus tent. There's no supreme intelligence here. This is a clown university. Look at Pennywise. She's one of our clown applicants. And look how well she's responding to the circus tent.
She's a Mossad agent, yeah.
That's right. And Lebanese.
And Lebanese.
So we have Hizb Shaitan from one side.
That's right, man. She used to work for Hezbollah and then she got fired.
Look at that photo. I'm not sure don't mess with the Zohan.
That's not me here, Lormy.
It was fire.
Remember the farm with Mariah Carey with the bee?
No, I
What bee? There's no bee.
Oh, I don't know, it sounds
You think they tried to make like a realistic,
I don't remember.
Yeah.
It's okay,
I know what it's. You know what?
think they stick their
John
thumb on
Travolta
most?
on one jacket in the movie. There was a part where he was chasing the Zohan around. He was chasing the Zohan around and he looked at him and he was like, yeah. Which way? The Zohan. One of the funniest stories.
You know Moseri, the friend of the Zohan, is the Israeli SpongeBob?
Oh, but I know that little guy, right?
Yeah, you know Moseri.
I remember when this movie first came out, I had my Jewish girlfriend in college. She's like, oh, Adam Sandler looks good. Like, he looks like he's, he's in good shape. And I was like, so pissed. Because he does look so good. As we speak, he's just in the shirtless. Yeah.
I hate Adam Sandler.
Her dad was Tim Lundy and he was in such good shape. I ran into him last week. With your car. At the market. And then he told me
Motion picture.
But yeah, I'd rather hear his vote. And he's taking it over. And I hope he rolls it out to Chicago. So that's what the tip.
Good, I just got back from a bachelor party. My old roommate from college is getting married.
I'm sorry. Celebrate. What?
Yes, I am celebrating. I got back yesterday afternoon.
Why would you want to get married? Would you have your shit somebody else?
Because, you know, kind of that's what you understand. The like of those events, the counter drug family.
And it'll be a breaking point for, you know, it's really for the politicians and the diplomats and then the Zionists. I mean, if the whole world is going to.
See that? Oh, I loved it. It was great. You know, did you see Food's reaction? Like, he heard it go.
המ"מ מחזיק אומתה! עוד 5 קילומטרים! משלכם!
Do you want to come see it? I love just around the corner.
Master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go. She has but doesn't possess. Acts but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden, but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. 5. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible. It gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings.
The master stays behind. That is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself.
Scott, how did you think I did on the Gary Baumgarten show? Did I bring information, good info? I thought I did a pretty good job.
She is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The supreme good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain.
Hell no.
Thus, it is like the Tao.
Hey, yo, John.
Employing, move close to the ground.
Nobody cares, John.
In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing. Having without possessing. Acting with no expectations. Leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it. At ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, amazing, we did it, all by ourselves. 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about, like someone without a home. I am like an idiot, my mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breasts. 21. The master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. 23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature, it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. 27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He's ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job. If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There's a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way, and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity. And if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies.
So,
if powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise.
it's like a projection of this photo.
All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional.
I'm just like.
When you have institutions,
why do you
know
say
where
that?
their functions should end.
Well, I have evidence.
Knowing when to stop,
I've only been on here 3 days.
you can avoid
I
any.
was doing it earlier. I was trying to
But like, Buttercup, none of us here like Mikhail. If he's lying about his identity, we'd be happy to agree with you. But you're just like shooting from the hip. Why do you say this?
So it's interesting because I had an argument with him earlier before I realized he's full of shit about Hamas and whether Hamas, he thinks it's been successful. The October 7 the violence resistance has been effective and it's really working. And he claims he has immediate family on the ground. And when I asked him about it, when he got here, he claims he got here in 2012. He has a perfect American accent, so that's suspicious. So I asked him about his family. He said, yes, lots of them have died. Some of them are starving. And he's talking about how they love suffering for the Palestinian cause. And that is not, I haven't met a single Palestinian on the ground that's suffering and starving that's saying they love suffering for the Palestinian state. That's not what they're thinking about. All they do is curse out the Hamas regime that put them in this situation. And I know you guys want to believe it because it's convenient for your narrative.
No, there's actually people that have called in and came in Amos's room. We're live in Gaza.
Buttercup, you do realize that is just like stereotyping what you're saying. You're saying, I've spoken with Gazans, they don't talk with Mikhail, therefore Mikhail is not from Gaza.
I also have a lot of friends who are Palestinian.
Not true. What you're saying.
Yeah, you're stereotyping. You're saying the Gazans have
But
to
he's
act
a rare
experienced Gazans act. Mikhail can't be an asshole from Gaza because I've met people from Gaza and they're not assholes like Mikhail.
He didn't even express any heartbreak over his dead fucking family. Like, that's not realistic.
You are not one to determine. You are not one to determine what kind of heartbreak anybody expresses over.
Seriously, another swing.
Who the fuck are you? Seriously, Buttercup, stay the fuck in your lane. Shut the fuck up. I'm not in the mood for the bullshit and the gaslighting and the nonsense. I've been off this app for fucking months, and I gotta come back to hear Miss fucking holier than thou start dictating who's a Palestinian and who's not because of a fucking accent. Yo hablo español, yo parlo italiano también. But I speak perfect fucking English, so is my background not Moroccan and fucking Italian now, according to you? Exactly.
Are you patronizing people that speak English and other languages, Buttercup?
Well, I also know someone else who knows him on this app and found out that he's Lebanese, not Palestinian.
Okay, see, that would be evidence. That would be contributing to the conversation rather than playing coy and pretending you're some genius based on accents.
Why is everyone attacking me? It's all up in this room.
Just accusing things.
Listen, I was on. I'm fighting a Hamas that they were attacking.
No, I think the problem is, sorry, it makes sense.
Have a fucking conversation. You want to argue something is true and then present no evidence for it?
I also wanted to fight.
Listen, Buttercup, hold on 1 second. So I think the reason why Mixen pointed that out is because every time somebody brings you evidence, you're like, no, it's impossible, they're not from Gaza. No, it's impossible, they're not starving. No, it's impossible, they're not.
No.
I know somebody.
I today and figured out that he's not from Gaza. He made it up.
I figured that out.
He made that up. Prove that. So it's not
your evidence.
I put that in full evidence. Speaking out of her ass. You guys don't want to hear facts.
Accents and locations in years when she's saying, I know someone that actually spoke with him and proved that he's actually from Lebanon. Please, present it.
I feel under attack right now. I'm good.
Don't feel like
Yes,
you're
you're under attack. Please present your evidence. What is wrong with you?
Okay, listen, Snowflake, about I feel under attack.
So stupid.
Put on your big girl
You
head
not know how to have a
and
conversation.
start fucking defending your bullshit.
Actually,
But I feel like
I don't care. I think you're a Palestinian. I think you're actually a AI program. You're not really a human being. Like, where do you get off?
Does that make sense? Okay. Listen, I'll talk to you guys.
Hey, no, I can talk to you normally. No, hold on, Buttercup. So, my question is,
All the contributions you can make about a clear anti-Semitic asshole like Mikhail, he's not from Gaza.
I find that you're always trying to make an excuse to see the actual picture. Like the excuse right now is, and so if the interesting part, I didn't give you context, so that room is full of Pally supporters and 3 people that claim they're from Palestine, Gaza, and Palestine, okay?
Yeah,
so,
you have to
3 of them.
Mikhail.
Exactly. So then they're all going against each other. If you listen to it, Edward's going, Jack's going. Wednesday, the pro-Pally didn't say anything. Because she's like, oh fuck, I'm supporting a cause, but these guys just admitted that everybody's terrorists. And she's sitting back now and probably did the right thing and didn't say a word. And then I'm showing you it and you're like, nah, it doesn't matter what they said. He's not real.
No. The reason I spoke up was not because I'm trying to dispute your account or what he said. It's just simply that I
It's
literally today.
inconvenient for you.